Alright, is everyone ready for Sonic? Is it Sonic time?
Is it Sonic time?
I remember when Sonic said it was Sonic time.
Yeah, it's the classic catchphrase.
It's Sonic time.
And then he turns into the werehog.
Right there, Sonic.
Fitting.
It's that that he Sonic'd all over the screen. Truly the moment in gaming history.
Mm-hmm.
I love how GirafaStev is just looming over Cole.
Because he's tall.
Hold on, wait, really? Hold on. I need to see the stream thing. I'm trying to retweet Dean's thing here. Hold on a minute.
Oh, I see it.
I just thought of something. We need fan art of Farigaraph's hoodie on Logan.
Oh yeah, we should.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. We totally should.
I need that in my life.
That needs to be a VTuber asset.
Yes.
Oh, for sure, it should be.
It does. Yes.
Mhm.
Alright, so hello and welcome everyone. Hope everyone's having a good night so far. Tonight is currently December 4th, and sorry for the lateness, folks. Or maybe we're on time. But yeah, how's everyone doing tonight? We're here. I would sing lyrics from the song I'm Here, but literally the only time I listen to that song is during the actual boss fight itself. So I'm a little inexperienced on that. Good title screen though.
The only lyrics I remember from that song is "I'm here" and "Frontiers."
Yeah.
How specific. Alright, so I'm going to substitute my BGM with some the calm, soothing sounds of Big the Cat.
I never knew Big the Cat lo-fi music was something I needed in my life.
Yeah, so
It's so good.
I don't know, the backing track for like the Big the Cat song in that game actually good. So
Oh, totally.
Hey guys, now Big the Cat is 2 for 2 on themes for him.
kind of.
Yeah, he is.
Aside from the awesome track in SA1.
Hey, Dark Reaper. Hey, Ashley.
Face.
Hey, Ashley.
Hey,
Or
Yeah.
3 for 3 since he's part of Team Rose.
Yeah, but that's more an 80s theme.
Yeah, follow me.
Yeah,
I will
yeah, it is.
associate with,
It-
yeah.
Also, hey Aish, hopefully you're doing well.
It's Team Rose.
Yep. So, tonight, speaking of Sonic, got a little bit of a sort of special for y'all. So, seeing that a good Sonic, back in November, Sonic dropped a new game into our midst in the form of Sonic Frontiers, and our opinions are, well, leading up to its release, opinions happen to be like generally across the board, and finally the game came out in November 7th, was it?
8th.
8th. Okay, I was off by a day. Gotcha. At least
Almost a month ago.
At least one day. Yeah, it's actually been almost a month, and all of us had an opportunity to play the game, so I thought it would be fun to talk about our experiences with Sonic Frontiers, and seeing that this is like one of the major, well, Sonic releases, and this has been built up since last year, I believe, for as part of Sonic's 35th anniversary. Congratulations, Sonic, you're old.
Congratulations,
You're
Sonic.
old.
You are now old enough to feel hangovers after a night of binge drinking.
Yeah.
I just say the actual build up to the game was a wild experience.
Oh yeah. Okay, so unlike our discussion with Sonic Movie 2, I believe we should probably structure this a bit better, at least in comparison with just basically going off the cuff, because, hey, I like to mention the awesome fight scenes in Sonic Movie 2. I thought about this after, like, 10 minutes after I clicked the end stream button.
Oops.
Do we want to talk about the pre-release first,
I
then?
was just about to mention that, actually. Yeah, so the pre-release stuff with Sonic Frontiers, okay,
This... I don't... I don't want to step on your toes, Dean, but...
Go ahead, because, like, I mean, you were probably gonna lead into around what I was about to mention.
This game looked like dog shit at first.
Yeah.
It looked so bad.
Like...
Like, some of the issues that were in that pre-release stuff are still present in the final game, but the way that it was played made it look like the most unfun Sonic thing of all time. Because you had Sonic like going up like this tower, right? And the guy who was playing it was doing like it. He was doing it like in the most inefficient way possible, and the way that, like, listen, I've been going for like 100% playthrough my second run, so like a lot of things that like I have accumulated through that I'll get into throughout, but there's so much more efficient ways to climb up that tower, and he opted to go the most inefficient route. And the way that he was running along the open world, the way he failed the baby mode puzzles, it was really bad.
Yeah.
IGN can't video games.
Wait, IGN did a pre-release footage pretty badly? Say it ain't so. Next thing you'll tell me they'll fail code Cuphead.
It really is just like one of those things where it's like that's the best playthrough you had.
I guess the thing I wonder is, I still wonder this to this day, considering IGN's reputation when it comes to just dunking on Sonic. Psycho, why did you go with IGN?
To their credit, as time went on, their coverage became a bit rather like their coverage sort of proved to be a bit more balanced, I would say. I just think they got someone who like wasn't feeling the game properly.
Jim, what were you trying to say?
I don't think it's any better that they got a very out-of-date pre-release version of the game.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
like I think that a lot of the issues that inherently happened with Sonic Frontiers was more shown there. Like the game was fucking barren in the pre-release footage. Like I was concerned about like when they first announced, "Hey, we're gonna make an open world Sonic game." Oh no, wait, excuse me, open zone Sonic game, and yeah, I was like, oh boy, I can't wait for the issues that happens when open world games starts coming up, like terrible pop-in and lots of big space and barely anything to do. And what did the pre-release footage look like?
It looked exactly like that.
Yep, so I was like when Sonic Frontiers was first announced, and I was just kind of like, oh okay, yay, a new Sonic game, can't wait, I guess.
Woo.
And as soon as like we heard like more stuff out of it, like the open world stuff and whatnot, and I was like, all right, I have concerns, but I guess we'll see what's what. Then I saw the footage and I was like, yeah, I'm not as interested in this.
I remember you, Jir. You were like completely, I guess you could say, distraught by the footage you were seeing.
I think out of all of us, even when you and Logan were at the point where you were excited for this game, I was still getting the most pushback.
Yeah, like I believe when after you saw some of the footage with that, you were like, "Oh man, this is shit."
Yeah.
I distinctly remember, like, when the first footage came out, Zach was like, good shit, and then I replied with, I wouldn't call that good shit. I would just call
Call
it
it.
shit.
I'll remove the good and raise you a shit.
Shit, yeah. I was more in the moment.
Oh, no, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I just feel like, yeah.
I don't
It's just
remember what my
terrible.
initial reaction was, to be honest. I think it was kind of like, okay, what else you got?
I was
Mhm.
like- and I believe my reaction was just like, yep, this is definitely an open world Sonic game. Yeah.
I think actually my first reaction was why do we have the realistic environment with the very cartoony hedgehog? Because I hate that graphical contrast to pieces.
Man, someone modded like Breath of the Wild super hard, didn't they? Or Red
really
Dead
did
Redemption. No,
admire
actually, Red Dead Redemption 2. Just imagine totally realistic backgrounds and stuff, and here's this cartoony ass hedgehog.
It makes me think of that time when I watched Frozen 2, and I'm like, these backgrounds look really good. They don't look good with these characters. Because they're way too realistic looking.
Too
Ah, so
real.
Sega and Disney hired that man. I got it.
I'm so glad they did.
It also doesn't help that I remember this. The marketing for Sonic Frontiers in June by Sonic Team was bad.
Dude,
Yeah, that-
the marketing of Sonic Frontiers throughout, like, before at least, like, 2 months of its release was pretty bad.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, they drip-fed, like, a bunch of stuff that were to come out about it. Like, hey, we're gonna mention, like, oh, look, there's this white-haired girl character that's coming up. Sonic's friends are gonna be involved in some way, shape, or form. And there's also an Eggman here. Here's also a song. Like, wait,
Yeah.
when was... do you guys remember when, what was it? I'm Here actually was released as, like, a standalone song?
Actually came out like after another track. It came out after Vandalize,
Oh, right.
which funnily enough is technically the bad ending theme, but that's getting ahead of myself. Yes, I do remember when the music first started coming out, and spoiler alert, I think that the whole soundtrack is great, but especially those two songs, I think they're some of the best vocals.
Wait.
That's the theme.
Wait,
So
a Sonic game has good music?
In other news, water is wet.
95% of the
Just
time.
feel-
Yeah.
I just feel like that. I just feel like that those two songs, at least for me, they were on another level for me. I feel like.
I
Gotcha.
said this before. Love Vandalize to death. I really do not care about I'm Here.
I love I'm Here, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, we'll get
I
that later.
actually have the uncensored, non-Sonic version of Vandalize on my Spotify.
Yeah,
There's
that.
an uncensored version?
Yeah.
It's a
Oh.
licensed
the-
song.
Oh. Huh, didn't know that.
Yeah,
It's a song about fucking.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck the pain away, now my bed is in ruins.
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah, that's that instead of the fight the pain away, now my head is in ruins, that's the original song lyric. Fuck the pain away, now my bed is in ruins.
Yes.
I-
It's wild, ain't it, Cole?
I think
Yeah, it
I
is-
think
it
you
is
blew my
wild.
fucking mind. I didn't know that.
That's the context of Sonic, and it's funny.
What the fuck, dude?
What the fucking deed?
Man, fuck the pain away.
Jared, did you know about that?
I.
Jared?
Jared?
What, me?
Yeah.
No, because I never listened to it.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
listen to Vandalize until it appeared in the game. Like, I heard it was a thing in like one of the release stuff, but I was like, no, yeah, that was the first time I actually watched that, huh?
But basically, I want to say when Vandalize first came out, I believe that was slowly the turning point of actual good marketing for Sonic Frontiers.
I
want
wow,
to say.
Who knew that the best way of turning over your marketing for a Sonic game is to show the music?
Yeah, right.
Which, granted, is what they've been doing for like the majority of their games. Pretty much since Mania. Like, the majority of the promo stuff that they've been doing for Sonic up until Frontiers was mostly the music, but then we actually started seeing gameplay. And I feel that once we actually start seeing gameplay from people who actually knew, you know, how to play the game, I think the game really started turning a corner and actually looked pretty fun for like the first time.
Yeah,
So,
I think the part of me that said, okay, I think I'll probably end up buying this was when I started seeing the combat trailers.
mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
I find it really dumb that the first like the IGN gameplay that we saw was them just climbing up a giant Ubisoft tower in an open world game.
Yeah, that. Okay.
Exactly, like literally they chose the worst possible way to show off an open world game. Literally show the thing that people criticize these fucking games for the most. The Ubisoft Tower.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, is this gonna be the gameplay loop? Are we just gonna follow through with what every other open world game has done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Great, I love Sonic. That was, I think that was one of my impressions when I got that. It's just like the damn tower, and I was just like, oh, cool. Do we have to do this multiple fucking times in the game itself, just to get like more stuff out of the overworld? No fucking thanks.
Foreshadowing. Later, but no.
Hey Logan, it really is like it really was like the one meme that we all know, where it's just like the before and after, with the before and after marketing thing.
Yeah.
My
It
god.
really did turn like a major corner near the end of the marketing cycle. It actually looked like it might have been good.
Yeah, like, let's go into that. And when was the turning point for y'all when you were like, hey, this might actually be pretty good?
When I got my
Probably-
hands on the game.
When you played it, got it.
I mean that's fair. That's okay.
Yeah,
I
that's totally fair.
I want to say during the middle to late July, I want to say is when I started being like, okay, this actually looks kind of good now.
So around Cole, go.
I think in my case, it was, I'm actually not sure, because after the initial, like, we saw the initial couple of trailers in June, I kind of was just like, okay, cool, I'm gonna definitely get this in November, and then I just completely ignored any other like information about the game dropping. I had already been like, I'll just say this: I'm a sheep for Sonic. I would have ended up buying the game regardless. So
Yeah, kind of like how we all ended up buying Sonic Forces.
yeah.
Look,
Wait.
the main reason why I bought Sonic Forces is because you told me about the damn Joker DLC.
That's right.
Quick answer. Oh, Cole, go.
I think, in truth, the turning point that caught my interest was, like, I don't really follow the Sonic comics, but I have read a couple of them, and I do kind of enjoy Ian Flynn's writing now and again.
Mhm.
So the idea that we were going to get a new writer on board piqued my interest, mainly because I was just curious if this meant that we were going to get a new turning point for how the characters were going to be portrayed. Because I could not stand the way they were in Sonic Forces and how they've been lately.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because they had like the same two writers ever since Sonic Colors.
They
Mhm.
had the what were they? Happy Tree Friends people.
Yep.
Wait,
Yeah.
okay, that explains a lot.
2017 Happy Tree Friends was like really old.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my thought process was it wasn't really my turning point, but it was the part of me that was like, okay, maybe we'll probably get something pretty decent, at the very least from the storytelling.
Yeah.
To answer Joe's question, just just real quick, secret rings. For me, the game started turning around. I mean, like, I'm not gonna sit here and like try to rack my brains about the marketing cycle, but I'll probably just say around, like, I don't know, September-ish, maybe, is probably when things started turning around, because I think that's when we started seeing more of the game. I think that's when the second real, like, gameplay reveal stuff happened. And it looked pretty fun. I enjoyed the look of the combat. I enjoyed how fast Sonic could, like, get around the world. It looked promising. And I was at least happy to, you know, be hopeful that maybe Sonic will be fun, instead of just kind of looking at something like Forces and just being like, well, I mean, I'm gonna play this, right?
Yeah,
I am definitely going to be playing this.
Hey, Logan, you gotta be playing Forces while the marketing keeps shoving fist bump down your throats.
Oh, listen, I've softened on fist bump a little bit, but that's besides the point. The point is, am I buying this because I'm excited for it, or am I buying it because I'm a fucking mark?
I think we know the real answer.
Of course, it was because I was a fucking mark. But for Frontiers, it was also because I was a fucking mark, but also because it actually looked good. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. Okay, I don't know how I stand, like, basically on, like, the whole thing. Thank you for owning being a mark, says Ashley, by the way.
I mean, like,
Listen.
let's be real. We're all sheep for Sonic. At least we'll admit it.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, okay, this might be a little weird to say, but, I was, like, I don't know if I would say I was the most passive when it comes to, like, Sonic Frontiers. I mean, I knew I was gonna get the game at some point, but I was, like, after the initial footage with the IGN stuff and, all the stuff that happened with all the marketing things, I was just kind of like, yeah, I'll keep Frontiers in the back of my mind, and I'll just, like, kind of let the game's release, like, speak for itself later. I did not follow, like, generally anything about it, so any, like, new gameplay footage, or any, like, the music tracks that came out, or any interviews or whatever that happened, I was just kind of like, oh, okay. I didn't really, like, pay attention to those, or even listened or watched them. The time that I actually did get more invested into Frontiers was when Some Call Me Johnny did his video that he went to Hawaii for Sonic Frontiers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That was when I actually did see all the footage, all the gameplay stuff that happened, and I'm like, wow, this game actually looks pretty okay. And I was actually interested and curious to see about what this game actually had to offer. So I actually, after that, I looked into a bunch of other footage and stuff about what goes into Frontiers. Like, basically all my hype for Frontiers happened near the end before its release. So that was when I was actually looking forward to the game.
I guess Johnny did his job right then.
Johnny did his job right, yes. Look, the best praise I could give Sega for the pre-release stuff, aside from improving themselves by the last month, is actually, like, giving this game to, like, reviewers and content creators, like, a month prior to releasing the game, instead of...
right. Sonic Forces was not screened for critics.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's, you know what? You summed it up succinctly. The reason why I was excited for this game is that Sega had fucking confidence in it. They actually wanted to show the fucking game instead of just showing us the music, which you can enjoy completely removed from the rest of it. They actually want to show the game, and moreover, they got people who actually care about this franchise to screen it. They got people like Johnny. They got people like Fidel. They didn't get people like Aaron fucking Hansen.
yeah, so the biggest thing that I actually did like from their marketing stuff afterward is that it actually felt like they wanted to put their best foot forward with this game instead of actually like fumbling it and just basically like, it's you know what, it's 3 o'clock, we should probably release a Sonic game.
Yeah.
So that's what irritated me the most about like games like Sonic Forces and I believe Sonic Colors Ultimate Edition suffered from this issue. They didn't get the game screened before its release, and then everyone just pretty much got the blunt end of it as soon as the game was actually launched. So, yeah, the fact that they actually did take the step forward and say, hey, you know what, let's actually get a bunch of people to actually, like, play the game before its release and be like, yeah, this actually looks pretty good, and actually take some feedback to heart. I can commend them for actually making an effort to do that. So, yeah, my convincing took until literally about a month or so until its release.
A 50-minute YouTube video.
A 50-minute YouTube video is what it took, yeah, because, hey, who knew that the best way for me to be interested is for me to actually see the game, see someone talk about it, and be like, oh, look, it's near its release, and it's near its finished build. It looks good, so... yeah. Also to answer Judd's question, secret rings.
Yeah, secret rings.
Yeah, objectively, the worst Sonic game I played, so...
Now it looks like Diana and her giraffe rig.
Ah, my Farigiraffe. Go Farigastev, go.
I left my hoodie at home, I'm sorry.
Aww.
I don't think there was ever a turning point for me with Sonic Frontiers where I was excited. I was just a skeptic all the way through. I've been through this with Sonic before. I was not like, oh, this might be good. I'm like, I don't want to be disappointed again.
I just know before it came out, Jared, that you did how should we say calm down a bit after the initial press release of it.
I what?
Calm down a little.
I had to calm down a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that when I eventually did get my hands on it, out of all of us before Logan got his hands on it, I was the one that wouldn't shut up about it.
You were the first to beat it. You were the first to 100% it, and you were also the first to like talk about the game like pretty much non-stop in our chats. I 100% the game twice. Yeah, so there you go. It's like, wow, biggest turnarounds in anime history.
That's a fucking character development moment, dude.
That is. Yeah. I'm genuinely surprised though, Jared, because I thought I was the one who was the most skeptical about Frontiers, but you took the cake for me. Because man, it took a video from a content creator for me to actually be like, this game looks okay.
I saw that video from Johnny and I just had more questions that made me go, huh. One of which is still there. It's the fact that the sidestep button is right above the boost button, and that's just very awkward button placement.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
Also, just to answer this question, do we have anything more to mention about the pre-release stuff before we actually get into the game itself?
No.
Not really.
Trying to. Oh yeah. I do have one thing. I do have something to add.
Okay.
There was we got an update that there was gonna, like, before the game came out, that there's like some Japan exclusive content in the game, like Krone, the vtuber, has her own cameo in that game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's something we're not gonna get, unfortunately.
Unless mods.
Yeah.
I'll know if we're gonna say this for the story section, but I just remember one more thing. Before the game came out, they released a free little prequel comic along with Knuckles animation story thing.
Oh yeah, those were good too.
Yeah.
They were.
Mhm.
Oh, don't forget, we also got the shoes from Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Copyright filed off.
Copyright
get-
filed.
That you could get by sign up for the newsletter, which you can actually still do at any time right now.
Mhm.
I'll wait for them to fully release it for general peoples at some point.
And yes, I did in fact redeem that code, and I wore the shoes throughout the entire game.
Same.
Soap shoes. We're sponsored by Soap Shoes.
Yeah. I just want to especially highlight the Knuckles animation thing because that looked gorgeous.
Oh yeah, that was a good animation. Like, I'm glad that folks kind of stuck with an aesthetic for Knuckles in terms of his voice direction and just his overall attitude in the series. So that was a good sign. Instead of basically having him be a bumbling idiot.
McGuddy's character again.
Well, yeah, thank you, Sonic Movie 2, for putting us back in the right direction.
I guess before we actually get into the game itself, one thing to mention, we all bought this game for different systems.
We'll get that when we talk mechanics.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna
And
mention that in
performance.
performance, considering that we got things to say in terms of like how the game actually performed, and
Fair enough.
both in presentation. But I think we're now gonna actually talk about the game itself. I think it would be, as we discussed beforehand, fair and sporting to talk about things like basically island by island, just going off like, but basically story structure and how we feel about the islands in general, especially since, hey, this is the first Sonic game where we can actually talk about the story and more than just a paragraph.
Mhm.
And
Oh god, you're right.
yep, and as far as spoilers are concerned, because I saw someone who had a concern about that, how do we want to handle that?
I mean, I came into this kind of anticipating that we would talk about, full spoilers, because, the game's been out for a month, and, and, we usually go into stuff like that, so,
Mhm.
Yeah,
we went into stuff like that for the movie.
Yeah, we did that, but I think what we did was that we gave folks basically a heads up that, hey, we're gonna talk about spoilers here, so, yeah.
How about then instead we save talking about the story for later, so that way we can just go off the cuff for it. We can talk about the mechanics and the performance first.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think that in terms of mechanics, that's like the most non-spoilery thing that we can do. So we can save our thoughts for like the story like in a bit, and then I'll put like a giant text thing that says, "Hey, spoiler warning" or something.
Yep, and also spoilers gameplay wise for the bosses as well.
Yeah, I guess we can probably do that. I would probably say, like, when we talk about the 4th and 5th island, that the last part of the 3rd island and the 4th and 5th parts are probably, like, the most spoilerific parts of the game, I'd say. But,
Yeah.
Aside, but I've been walking around my house for like 10 minutes now trying to find my phone because I've taken like 5 pages of notes on this game. Finally found it. My phone was on the fucking floor. I'm ready.
he is prepared now.
Ready to talk about this game.
Yep. Alright, so I think we're gonna take Cole's suggestion and talk about, like, we're going to performance and gameplay, and then we talk about the story. We cool with that?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep.
Okay, so, roll call for everyone. What system did we play Sonic Frontiers on?
Right on screen. Let's do it that way so we don't talk over each other.
Oh, wait, do I have to put, like, symbols on the screen now for everyone?
No. I mean, you know what? No. Do it. Do what you want. I shouldn't be trying to control your stream.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, everyone just, or at least we go one at a time, but talking about what system we bought the game on. When you mentioned like put icons on it, I was like, wait, do I have to put everyone do I need to put like a little PlayStation 4 symbol on Zach now?
Oh, I was just saying that, nothing. Go.
Alright.
Go.
Okay, let's see, how did Discord order us? Okay, let's go from, Cole to Zach there.
Oh wait, I'm first.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh.
Oh, that's a checker platform.
Okay, so I actually played the Steam version on PC. Briefly, to be a nerd, my PC runs on an NVIDIA 1660 Ti and a Ryzen 5 processor. Or to just dumb it down briefly, I'm not running on a powerhouse, but I'm not really running on a potato either, and the game actually ran perfectly fine. Like, I was really surprised and impressed with how well it actually handled, especially considering how huge the environments are. I think I was getting like 60 frames per second without any major issues. I did also play with a controller. I swapped between my 10-year-old Logitech 360 controller, which means yes, this game runs fine on an extremely old controller. And I used my Xbox Series S controller as well at one point, which I gave up on because that controller was way too big for my tiny hands.
I got you.
But yeah, the game runs perfectly fine. I had some weird issues sometimes where it seemed like the boost didn't always register, but I really didn't run into any major glitches.
Okay. We didn't fall through the floor, did you?
No, I didn't. I think I had a little bit of pop-in, but it was distant enough that it didn't cause me any major problems.
Okay. Okay, I guess it's on me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
I think I got the worst version out of all of us. I got the Switch version for the game. The main reason why I got it on the Switch is because, look, Sonic Adventures and Sonic Adventure 2 is not on Switch, so I kind of didn't really have that many options of portable Sonic gaming, and I also didn't have a Steam Deck, and my options for portable 3D Sonic gaming is Sonic Forces and Sonic Colors. And technically Team Sonic Racing. No.
It's Sonic Origins.
I said 3D.
Oh, okay.
Is Sonic Mania or Sonic Origins 3D?
I mean, technically Mania or 3D.
Okay, fair. Fair enough. But yeah,
Sure.
like pure 3D Sonic game, I was just kind of like, yeah, I need something good, and Sonic Frontiers actually looked like it might be the one. Like, the one game I would probably actually want to play more than just an afternoon. So, yeah, I got Sonic Frontiers on the Switch, and, okay, yeah, the graphics might have taken a hit, and the game runs at 30 FPS, so we got the typical stuff that comes out of basically going with a system that came out in the last generation. But it was a stable 30 FPS, and I don't think the pop-in was any worse than what happens for the other consoles, come to think of it. Especially since, like, some of the stuff that appears in the upper levels and backgrounds.
Yeah, I've been hearing that Sega's been performing some kind of magic wizardry with their Switch ports lately.
I see Persona 5 Royal.
There is a constant. At least I can tell. The poppin' thing is like pretty much exactly the same on all versions, on all platforms.
Okay.
And were you gonna add something?
No, I just noticed it seems like Rusty said that they also got the Switch version.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the Switch version, in all honesty, wasn't that bad. Like, wow, my voice cracked super hard out of that. the port itself wasn't that bad. Like, it was stable, I was able to play it just fine. The only parts where I noticed that the game kind of chugged a lot was the boss fights. But those were the boss fights, so kind of made sense for them to go a little bit more over the top on those. But yeah, that's when the game actually starts really chugging a little bit. Otherwise, I mean, normal gameplay like cyberspace and overworld stuff, pretty okay.
Okay, it's just that it checks a little bit when it comes to the boss fights. Basically.
Yeah, the game also looks more blurry on the Switch too, so yeah, keep that in mind. I played mostly handheld mode whenever I play a game on the Switch, so yeah, tad blurriness happens at some parts, but game doesn't look too bad.
Alright. I think I'm up then.
Yep.
According to the Discord. I played this game on a real-life unicorn, otherwise known as a PlayStation 5. My roommate actually got it for me on Thanksgiving because he wanted to show thanks. And I really what now?
Is like thanks, Colin.
Yeah, exactly. He paid the Sonic Frontiers tax in exchange for moving in. And I can say,
what's my rent? Give me a Sonic Frontiers copy and we'll talk.
I could say, from playing on PS5, it is a rock solid experience. It is a continuous 60 frames per second. I probably only had like a couple of frame drops in maybe one or two instances of the games. Probably during the giant during the giant guardian fights in the open zones. But that's really it. I've not really had really too many glitches that are unique to the PS5 version. Most of the technical issues that I experienced are more universal ones. You'll get your Sonic Frontiers when you fix this damn door! Yes.
This guy starts a Frontiers discussion live stream while I am in the middle of playing Frontiers. You're welcome, MV.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah. Most of the problems that I experience are more universal, and we'll probably get to them. But the only real glitch that I had was one time when I was in like the loading area where like you practice your combat. Sonic clipped through the floor after I did a dodge roll, but he respawned just like immediately right afterwards. So aside from that, yeah, it is a very solid version. You can even choose between whether you want the game to prioritize frame rates or prioritize resolution. I prioritized frame rates because, listen, Sonic should be going at 60 FPS no matter what in 2022, I feel like.
Yep.
Sonic is a series that benefits from high frame rates, and I'm very glad that the PS5 gives you the option to have high frame rates or higher resolution, depending on which one you want. So yeah, it's probably the best version, although I don't have a frame of reference for like the Series X or S versions.
Hello, yes, I'm aware that chat exists there, Ricky. I don't want to interrupt people when they're talking. So
the option to switch between performance and graphical mode, that was added in a later patch, I believe.
Was it?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I don't remember that when I was playing the Switch version.
It was there in the PC version.
It wasn't in the Xbox version.
Let's see. I've only played the PC version, so I can't vouch, but I assume it's good as a PS5. Yeah, Cole had her experience with the PC version, and yeah, on her better than a potato PC, it ran pretty good.
Also, I just realized, Dean, I'm sorry, I didn't test keyboard and mouse mode.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but in my defense, I have to play a Sonic game with a controller.
Have to.
I have to. I think I actually did play Sonic Generations with the keyboard at one point. Never again.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that before.
Mhm.
What kind of amazes me is the most popular gaming platform in the world going into 2023 is the rough equivalent of a mid-range 2017 gaming laptop. Wait, are you talking about the PS5 or?
No. They're talking about the Switch.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. The 2017, at least the OLED has a better screen. Processor's about the same though.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right. Who's next on our dog? I think it's Jared's next.
Yep.
That would be me, which I played on my giant white computer speaker,
Yeah.
also known as the Xbox.
Also known as the Sonic Machine.
the Sonic and Psychonauts 2 machine.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah, I think that's actually the last game I played on my Series S. Now that I think about it.
A Sonic
Oh.
game.
No, Psychonauts.
Oh, Psychonaut. Yeah. Okay. Hold up. Oh no. Oh wait. It says we're back. God, it's the second fucking time this happened in a row. Okay. We back?
I'm getting an ad for what looks to oh, it's McDonald's. It's
Yeah,
Spanish
same.
app. Spanish app because
we're
my
back.
phone recognizes I'm using Duolingo. We're good.
I think we're back at least on Twitch.
Oh, thanks.
We're back
Yeah.
on YouTube.
The
Okay.
YT side looks okay too. All right. Okay. What happened? I don't know. Something did a funky. So yeah. Sorry about that.
It was
Sonic
Jared.
wants to silence me.
Jared, Series S. How is it?
I did not have any issues aside from the universal pop-in. Game ran at 60 frames per second for me. The only kind of issues I would really say I had was I posted this on Twitter as I was playing it, but I ran into this this very obscure glitch in the second island where I was able to clip through the map with ease. It was only like a tile wide, but was able to just clip through the map.
How do you find these bugs, Jared?
I don't know. I was just exploring.
Wait,
I
what
just ran into it.
what was the bug? Sorry?
There was a spot where I was able to go through the sand, and I was able to clip through the map consistently.
Oh my god.
You have such shitty luck with that, dude. Wow.
At least this version never crashed on me, which is more than what I could say for Pokemon.
And it was more than I can say about my experience. I forgot to mention, one time the game crashed on me on the first island.
When Sonic can say it's better than Pokemon.
Sonic is better than Pokemon, huh? Okay. Yep.
that moment when a Sonic game runs better than a Pokemon game.
Yeah, and they're both open world games. Who knew? Let's
Yeah.
see. I've seen this happen a couple of times that I never experienced a single time while playing. Never understood how people got that. It just people have magic powers.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a joke. What is a cow without legs? A cow without a leg.
Okay.
Okay, Zach, what's up?
Alright. Jared, you done talking about performance and all that?
Yeah, because I didn't really have any issues performance-wise. Ran at a stable 60 FPS, no crashes, not any bugs aside from the floor
What do you mean?
clipping.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's good.
Alright. So the version I got was the PS4 version, which I actually ended up buying twice because I ended up buying the Steelbook edition, but it was going to come to my place a few days after the game came out, and I was really impatient and ended up buying it digitally on the PS4 store. Before I was like, thanks GameStop. So ran a solid 60 frames per second. Did not really have didn't really encounter any unique bugs or frame rate drops. For last gen, it surprisingly ran really well for last gen game.
It's good.
That is good.
Also,
Mhm.
side note, loading times on PS5 lightning fast. I was just loading things up real quick. Thank you, Solid
Yeah.
State.
When it comes to loading times, the only times they got a little long is when you're going to the next island. That took like a good solid like 20 seconds, I want to say.
Yeah. I think that the longer load times kind of happen whenever it's just like loading into the next island. The second one would probably be cyberspace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cyberspace
I
load times
like,
aren't. Okay, what was that, Logan?
Cyberspace loaded like a maximum of 5 seconds for me. It was really nice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I get just the cyberspace loads only took like a total of 5 to 10 seconds for me as well.
Yeah, loading in the game is actually pretty good. I actually also really like some of the control options they have for the game. Things like being able to adjust Sonic's like acceleration, how quickly he turns, stuff like that. I also appreciate that it took a page out of like other games like DMC5, and you could actually adjust how close or far away the camera is to Sonic. Because when I actually first started the game, it was in a part that actually caused me to feel a little bit of motion sickness, so I had to pull the camera back just a teensy bit.
And that was enough for you?
Yeah. It's already at a reasonable distance. I think the camera defaults to like I think it's like 0 to 100 and defaults to 50. I pulled it back to 55 and it was perfect.
Jared, how was load times in the Series S?
I think they were about the same as what Logan and Zach have mentioned. I don't recall really waiting a long time for load screens, even on cyberspace or island levels. Or going from island to island, I should say.
Okay, that's good. Because, yeah, I know that one also rocks the solid state, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, I was hoping that it would have, like, genuinely speedy load times from that. The Switch version wasn't that bad in terms of, like, loading. Like, a lot of it averages around for, like, what, 5 seconds between, like, I think around the 10 seconds for cyberspace, and I think, like, maybe, like, 20 seconds for switching between islands, but other than that, I mean, for a game that has, like, those are the only times with loading zones, it's been pretty good.
MV says, I love the customizable movement options in Frontiers. I want that to be a genuine standard for future games. I agree.
Which I think, funnily enough, does that lead us into the actual gameplay itself?
Before we go into the gameplay or the next section, I need to use the bathroom, turn on my heater real quick.
Okay. Alright, let's go and answer chat, because I think that some aspects of chat's been asking stuff too.
And I need to grab some water.
Because it is freezing and it's snowing outside.
Okay. I love how they give you the option to change the control sensitivity. Oh yeah, like, we're gonna get into this in terms of, like, the control schema for Sonic Frontiers, but the fact that they actually did give us the option whenever we're traveling the overworld, it actually does, it helps a lot. And, I'll go into the whole thing about how I feel about the controls, once we get into that. But
yeah, 100%.
But how, like, Sonic controls in that game, the fact that we actually can control Sonic, it's more than I can say about other Sonic games, to be completely honest.
Ashley asks, what is a giraffe without legs? A disassembled robot. They're easier to ship to the Wicked West with the legs packed alongside. Logan, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I need to get this computer fixed as soon as possible so I can set the record straight.
We need to establish the Logan lore.
Oh, right. Speaking of, I'll send you the thing that Dan looked up. I don't know if you've tried any of these. I think some of them you have already tried, but I will give you the link anyway.
Appreciate it. I have been running the gamut of solutions for at least 2 days now, and I am genuinely stumped. If husband Dan can help me out of this, I will be very, very grateful. And like either way, I'm very grateful that like you reached out and you guys are willing to at least try to help me.
Yeah,
So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Don't ever hesitate to message him either. He is in Jared's server under Dan Prime.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Yeah, Dan Prime.
Dan Prime, baby.
Yeah. Prime.
But one thing I have noticed when I was even looking through stuff is that it seems like there's a reoccurring thing of a Virtue Lucid MVP software popping up. Are you familiar with that?
Well, I wasn't until last night, but Zach sent me a source that mentioned something like that as well, and I did look that up in my control panel, and there is no such software in my computer. So,
Okay.
Yeah. I've tried pretty much everything at this point. I've tried, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
I'm stumped, but I'm still working. I'm still working on it. This will get fixed.
You'll do it.
So where
Dude,
can
if
I
this
get
is
a
being
giraffe?
caused by like a loose cable, I will fucking scream for you.
Oh god.
I
no.
will. I will probably throw my PC out the window, and I will just start doing VTubing on the PlayStation 2. I don't give a shit anymore.
I
Yeah.
thought you're going to play Sonic, bro. Dude, I said that this is going to be a discussion for it. I said maybe I'll play Sonic 06 if like maybe afterward, but yeah. Just kind of pending there. Also, I love this. So where can I get a giraffe? Amazon.
No.
The
No, you
Amazon.
find them in the Safari.
Logan, I love what Ashley said to you. It's like, what is a giraffe without legs? A Decembered robot.
Assemble the robot. Yeah,
A December robot. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Ho ho ho.
I walk in like with the fucking gears on my neck and the wiring in my face. Apparently. I just walk in and I just horrify everybody.
Why don't you put some Christmas lights on your neck?
The Photoshop funnel came out so raw, I wasn't expecting it.
I knew Reddit was right all along.
Reddit is right. Gas.
They are. Also, Dean, I want to reply to one of your earlier comments about there being no 3D Sonic games on handhelds aside from Forces. Yeah, in colors. You could always play Lost World. It's on 3DS. It's a handheld.
Jared.
Sure, let me just deal with the 3DS stages or the special stages where I have to literally just rotate my freaking body around.
No, instead you have to do special stages.
Jared, what is wrong with you?
Or if you really want to, you can grab your Wii U gamepad and play Boom.
Oh.
Why would you suggest that to me?
Whenever I think of those special stages, I just flash back to Johnny's review. It's like you had to turn like an idiot, you had to get up and turn like an idiot, and you see him like doing the movements and stuff.
Really, like he wasn't playing that up. That is what you have to do.
Yeah.
Oh, I love what MP says. You could, but why would you?
64 port frontiers.
Oh, it must be really good. It'll be like Doom.
Hey, Logan, imagine trying to do the special stages like on your way to school or something.
You're gonna get bullied
On the bus.
Yeah, because you're constantly getting in everybody's way. Like, listen, cards on the table, and then I swear we will get back to this. I would rather play Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, than Sonic Lost World on 3DS because at least with Rise of Lyric, I can get through it much easier, and it won't give me motion sickness.
Oh, good. Oh, God.
It won't actually make you sick.
Exactly.
make me sick to play it.
Ew.
Hey, happy holidays, everyone. Let's put Sonic in your stockings there. I guess you're not getting a giraffe for Christmas, are you?
Anyway.
Oh wait. Hey, Dean, what's a giraffe with 2 heads? A double header. I like how the I like how the emo bounced on my head in time when you guys groped. All right, so
Dean, I have something. I have something for you. Just for you.
okay. Perfect. Good. Great. What's a giraffe lying down? Sleep mode. Okay, so, we ready to talk about some, performance, or, I mean, some gameplay-related stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, so how does Sonic play in Sonic Frontiers? Because, hey, one of the biggest points of contentions whenever 3D Sonic games, or any Sonic game is really brought up, is how Sonic freaking controls.
Mhm.
Alright, well, let's take this one at a time. The open world of Sonic is fine. It is fine. There is a lot of visible room for improvement, especially in the way that he handles on the ground. I think that the way that he's magnetized essentially to the floor isn't the best feeling thing, because what often happens is that Sonic's model will often just change his axis at the slightest change in terrain. He often stumbles over little bumps, but
That's the last thing.
what him?
No, Sonic does the last thing, trying to climb over a mountain.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
But I feel that what they have is playable. I feel that on a base level, and even a little more than that, I think that he's fun to speed along the open plains with, and I feel that, when you're trying to make an open world-esque game, I feel that's really important to get down. And while, there's still some game feel things to tweak, I can play around and I can experience thrills with it. So yeah.
Yeah, the fun thing that I do have with this game, especially one of my concerns it being an open world game, is because of how big a lot of areas with open world games can be, it feels like trying to get from one end of the map to the other can feel like a total slog, especially when your options are very limited. And seeing that Sonic only has his feet, that it kind of raised a bit of concern. But for me, at least, I think that the ground speed for Sonic, especially traveling through getting from one waypoint to another, I actually really dug how Sonic felt, because it didn't really take me that long to get from one end of the map to the other. I kind of felt that with the desert because of how much that there's a lot of the corridors that had to restrict your movement a little bit, but otherwise big open areas the first island, bits of the third and fifth, felt pretty good to go from one end of the island to the other.
Honestly, the desert sections probably felt the best just in terms of game feel for me, because especially when you get to the third island, it's that's when you start feeling more of the shortcomings of just Sonic's feel. I feel like.
No,
But, yeah.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
The third island's probably the most irritating to traverse, and not just because of the forced 2D sections. Oh my god.
Mhm.
Just with how rocky Chaos Island is, you really feel the fact that Sonic is basically just magnetized to the ground at any given moment, and he changes his axis a lot at just the slightest change of the rocky terrain.
We'll probably go more in depth about the islands later, but yeah, there's a reason why Chaos Island is my least favorite island.
Let's see.
Yeah. On a base level, I feel like Sonic's fun, but there are just tiny things where I can point them out and I'm just that's not the best. maybe make that a little better. So
Yeah.
It
I
kind
think
of
some
feels.
parts of that physics actually does kind of affect me a little bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they tried to hybridize the way that Sonic controlled in the adventure games with how he controlled in Unleashed and like Generations, and it seems like they sort of cracked the code, but they need to polish it a bit more. And especially with like what buttons are kind of assigned to which control, because they also added a bunch of new stuff too, like the combat and shit.
yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yeah.
So did anyone else besides me scream bloody murder when the homing attack got remapped to the say separate button from the jump button until they realized, oh, you press this button to punch things too?
Yeah.
I saw in the pre-release that was gonna be a separate button. I'm just only to be a separate button. I was just like, oh no, I'm getting Unleashed flashbacks.
Yeah,
Oh, that fucked me up a couple of times.
I think in this case though, it works pretty well because it's also not tied to the boost button. It's just its own separate dedicated button for like quickly getting into combat or quickly jumping into springs and stuff. So I think in this case it works relatively okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I'm not.
completely agree.
Mhm.
But the boost being on one of the triggers is the one part that I'm still sort of trying to get used to. It feels kind of weird.
Yeah, I kind of am more used to where the boost button was in other games like Generations, especially when I played that recently. That felt better to me.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why it's there. It's basically the accelerate button, but I also noticed it's hard to stay boosted when you're trying to do things like the quick step if you're going to use the triggers instead of the analog stick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Actual actual Unleashed PTSD LMAO.
It's like
funny.
the only thing about Sonic Unleashed I can't stand.
Yeah.
To be fair, I feel like Frontiers, rather the problem with having them being on, those separate buttons, I don't think it's like as bad like in practice. I mean, like honestly, I feel that the button mapping becomes a larger issue in combat, honestly, because many of the combat moves, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I'll put a pen in that and throw it over to Jared. Why not? Go ahead.
I feel like I really like Sonic's control in this game. I feel like I always have control of him, even if I'm going at, even if I have like level 99 top speed. Like compared to Unleashed and like other 3D Sonic games, I like how I'm always like I can always precisely platform and not feel like I'm constantly accelerating in the air, because because that's more of a problem I have with Unleashed, especially when you're in the Temple Hub worlds.
Yeah. In terms of like that own controls, I mean, when I replayed Unleashed, it's like for some reason Sonic maintains his momentum super hard in like a lot of areas.
Whereas in this game, the momentum just dies at anything.
I
It
honestly,
feels
Yeah.
also, at least to me, a little too heavy. Like when he
Yeah.
jumps or when you're switching between grind rails.
which is actually, yeah, that's one of the more unfortunate things that comes up, especially when you're trying to 100% cyberspace levels.
Oh,
But-
cyberspace levels are the worst.
Sonic put on weight between games. Gotta get off that chili dog diet, dude.
It is honestly impressive how bad the cyberspace stuff controls. They had this stuff down 10 years prior, and suddenly it's just like, help, we fucking forgot how to move generations.
How do I play Generation? It's so funny
I-
because go ahead.
No, I feel like this area stuff. We could like talk about Cyrus's stuff in its own section, or we can like talk about it now if we want to.
Let's take like a brief interlude to talk about like cyberspace, but just to mention something about like the way that Sonic controls here, because in my opinion, at least for me with Sonic Frontiers and being basically away from Sonic Adventure for so damn long, this honestly felt like one of my favorite in terms of controls for a 3D Sonic game in a long while. It's not perfect, obviously, but I had a good time controlling Sonic in this one because it actually did feel like I was in control and not feel like I'm controlling a race car with legs. So, yeah, because that was mostly my problem with games like Unleashed and stuff. Like, I like Unleashed, but can we wait? What did I actually? Okay. Okay.
See, can we ban that?
Okay, where was I?
I'm sorry.
Sonic controls like a dream in this game compared to like other recent games recently, especially compared to the previous game. So yeah, I felt good with controlling Sonic. Like recently playing Generations after a long while of having played it, like when you get to like the really open areas as 3D Sonic, that's when a lot of the stiffness of Sonic starts showing up, but I didn't feel that in Frontiers, if that makes sense. It felt like Sonic was really controllable, and especially in the open zoned areas, and that's where I look forward to the most in terms of like whenever I was playing whenever I played Frontiers.
Oh yeah, I mean the game feel of Sonic in the open zones is like overall, pretty good. It's just that there are like tiny things I feel like that like add up to something just feeling off about it overall.
There are some things that genuinely do feel off about them. Do we want to go into some of that, or do we want to talk about cyberspace first?
Okay, I just need to get this off my chest if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
Sega.
Yeah.
Please. I am begging you.
Yes.
It is fine now and again if you want to include a 2D subsection, but if you're going to make a 3D Sonic game, please keep the 2D to as much of a minimum as possible. Because when I buy a 3D Sonic game, I expect to play a 3D Sonic game.
Oh, okay. Okay, Cole, I'll be honest here. When you mentioned how much that you were really not liking the 2D sections in the overworld, I was thinking to myself, "Oh, you're gonna hate the third island."
I was just thinking the same thing. Like, Cole, sit down. You're not gonna like Highlight 3.
Yeah, I did not like the third island.
Oh, got it.
Gameplay-wise, story-wise, we'll talk about that later. Gameplay-wise, I did not like the third island because it is so many 2D sections, and I actually noticed because of the fact that it's trying to combine the 2D sections with the overworld format, sometimes the camera gets really wonky. If you don't hit the trigger for the 2D section, the camera doesn't snap into 2D. If you try to leave the section, it doesn't always snap back to 3D, and it's honestly just a mess.
Yeah, the scripting of the 2D, especially in Chaos Island, is honestly kind of broken because there will be many times where like you're sort of going around the open world and then you'll end up in a 2D section when you didn't mean to. You can sometimes break out of 2D sometimes.
Yeah, and then play the actual section in 3D, which feels so fucking weird.
Or sometimes, the section will finish and you just won't get to the fucking memory token because the scripting didn't quite account for that. Mm-hmm. It's just, I wouldn't mind the 2D stuff like in isolation if it was implemented better. But like the cracks in it show around Chaos Island, and from that point it just doesn't get much better for it. So
yeah, and MV brought up a good point. It's like it does snap consistently. Actually, there's specific triggers to it, It's sometimes a spring, dash pad, and sometimes you walk into it. Yeah, that's usually the indication that comes up whenever it's just like you're going to a 2D section, because that's also noted in certain cyberspace levels and in certain parts of the overworld, where if you slip on a glowing pad or something, that's when it shifts into a different perspective.
When it comes to like the overall 2D stuff, I don't know you guys, but there were certain points where I didn't realize I didn't hit like a spring or or what have you. I ended up like accidentally controlling 3D Sonic was supposed to be a 2D section. It felt really weak.
Yeah,
I've done that too.
Yeah, I've done that too, and it's pretty obvious that that area is not designed to be gone through non-2D, because the camera actually can clip through like the pads, the walls, and stuff like that.
Yep. There's a reason why a lot of folks call Chaos Island Colors Island, because there's a lot of 2D sections.
Yeah.
Skip those triggers, you can do it in complete 3D, which is not preferable if you want to play it normally, but you can very well break it. Oh yeah, you can break it like a lot of times. Come on, Jared.
I feel like a majority of the, or at least most of the 2D sections should have been reserved for the cyberspace levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll still hate them, but at least they would be in a spot that I know for sure they would be at.
Like I know Mario Odyssey had its share of 2D sections in its overworld, but they were pretty far and few between.
Yeah, at least you know exactly like when the 2D sections would appear, and at least the aesthetic changes too. So, I mean, that way it actually did kind of help. It was also aesthetically pleasing, just saying. But yeah, for Sonic, it's like, oh, hey, it's the world just randomly turned into 2D for somehow.
Yeah. As for me, I could be wrong. I think I'm the only one here that hasn't talked about the overworld yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Zach.
It's fine. For how Sonic controls in the overworld, he can. I find that he controls good, really good for the most part. Though I do notice that that sometimes, especially when you're going for memory tokens and stuff like that, he can be a bit on the slippery side, especially of how much forward momentum you can potentially have.
The momentum is very inconsistent. Also, thank you, Hey Hot One. Thanks a ton for the follow. Please have a Lucina, and thanks a ton for following. Go on, Zach.
Yeah. Like the only times where I'm just like, Sonic's not feeling the best right now. But other than that, he does control really nicely and also very fast, except for when you're fighting the squid, because that feels like it goes on for fucking ever. Without you seemingly never catch up to it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, squid.
Yeah,
we're on the trail thing. Looks like you're back in Starlight Carnival.
Oh yeah, like, thank you for referencing one of my favorite stages in Colors. Too bad they referenced it wrong.
Shout out for I like the little I like how when you ever make an infinite symbol, Sonic also gets runs really fast for a short time as well.
Oh, right, he gets a temporary infinite speed boost. He also gets infinite boost temporarily.
Really?
Yeah, that was actually a really nice detail. I like that.
Wow.
Infinite from Forces would be proud.
Yep. Wait, why? Apparently I got spawned by Hey Hot One again. Wait, Hey Hot 1 and Hey Hot 2? What? Okay, I hope those are like two different people or something, but whatever. Unless this is gonna be, unless we're getting, hate rated or something. But, alright.
Okay. Account created June 21st, 2022.
Oh, okay, alright. Okay, I was wondering like why was there like 2 accounts with like both Hey Hot or
Maybe
something?
with your alt or something.
Maybe. All right. Okay. Did I interrupt you there, Zach?
No, I had nothing else to add. I don't think I had anything else to add other than Sonic controls really well in the overworld, except when it comes to 2D sections.
Yeah. So speaking on that control, do we want to follow that up with talking about how the cyberspace stuff controls, or do we want to go into the combat?
We can go ahead and get into cyberspace to get out of the
Yeah.
way since we
Yeah.
keep talking about it.
Do we just, I was gonna say, might as well just rip the band-aid off now and talk everything
okay,
about the cyberspace stuff.
Yeah.
I did every cyberspace level one time and then just completely forgot about them, except for the one for Green Forest.
Yeah, honestly, my favorite ones for... Okay, I might be sounding extremely biased now, but honestly, the best levels of cyberspace and the only time I tolerated was when they referenced Sonic Adventure 2.
Don't worry, Dean. You weren't the only one. That was also for Johnny as well.
I mean, come on, it's
And
like...
for me.
It felt like those were the ones that were the best controlled, and they were also like... Look, I get that there were some people who complained about the level aesthetics, especially since there's only like 4 of them throughout the entire game, but I liked what they managed to come up with. So, yeah, I liked how Skyrail looked in Green Forest especially. I think Green Forest is my favorite adaptation. Later on, I found City Escape. That was rad as shit when that happened.
There's City Escape, Green Forest, Metal Harbor, Skyrail.
And those are the levels, yeah. I
And
mean,
I
like,
have a bone to pick with Skyrail's existence, but I won't talk about it until we get to story.
And also, Radical Highway is there too, so that's...
I have a bone to pick with that to a lesser
I was about
extent.
to say, yep. And, yeah, Radical Highway is there, and that was one of my favorite Shadow levels, but I never found it on my first playthrough. I felt bad.
What were you gonna say, Logan?
I was gonna say that these are awful. They're the worst parts of the game.
I don't think that's a hot take, considering, okay, general consensus, how do we all feel about cyberspace?
They're bad. Now listen. Wait, hold on. General consensus. Just from everybody here before I make a point about just the implementation of them.
I would rather
SA2
go fishing with Big than do the cyberspace levels for the keys.
Which you can do.
SA2 levels were fine. Sonic Unleashed levels were trash.
Why? It feels like all of them except for like one. It was ripped from the extra stages of Unleashed that everyone hated. I don't know why they picked those.
Yeah, because like you had Dragon Road Act 3, and then you had you had Rooftop Run Act 2 as like your levels, and I think you had Aplatos or what was it?
Windmill Island Act
yeah.
tutorial level.
Yeah, which I'm just like, why those stages in particular from Unleashed? They were adapted badly.
They also had Masery in there, which is like the only time the drift ever pops up. And because the drift is not part of the default control scheme, they had to program a very specific speed pad that triggers the drift, and it is really weird.
And it feels like,
Yeah.
dude, those felt like
Well,
Sonic was
implement.
running on ice, if anything. It didn't feel like
At least
he
you
was
can
drifting.
jump over them.
Yeah, you can, but it's just like as soon as you like hit that boost pad, it's just like it feels like Sonic just replaced his shoes with butter.
It is very poorly implemented.
And,
I think they also implemented the other act of Missouri as well. But yeah, as soon as I saw the layout for like the extra act of Rooftop Run, I immediately got horror flashbacks.
my brain pretty much experienced PTSD from that because I had a time and a half in that one. Fuck. All right, but
yeah, the only time I really enjoyed the cyberspace level in this game of Sonic Frontiers is also when we went to SA2 and the few times they had their own original levels, which most of those were on the final island.
yeah, I was about to say I didn't even know there was actual original levels until someone pointed that out.
Yeah. Out of like, yeah, because the Final Island has like 9 cyberspace levels, and 5 of them are original.
Wow. Okay.
I think I'd be more willing to forgive the reused level layouts if they went out of their way and used the correct texturing. Because I'll say this. I appreciate the fact that they went out of their way to recreate the level layouts for Sonic Adventure 2. I feel like they should have gone the extra mile on that, instead of just reusing the same texture and assets from Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant, etc., etc.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have the time. Apparently, this game was only worked on by 60 people. But still.
Yeah.
It makes it look like a Mario level in 3D, to be honest.
Mario Maker.
Yeah.
It's sort of, which sort of kind of goes into like a larger point about just cyberspace in general, and just kind of the implementation. I at least appreciate that there is a story reason for them basically having to reuse assets like this. Story reason is essentially that, you know, it's essentially cyberspace pulling from like different parts of Sonic's history. That way he can make sense of things. Now that's a nice reason, but in practice it's still pretty lame.
Yeah.
Hey, Logan, how does Sonic remember Radical?
Hey,
Oh,
Cole,
no.
that's Cole's rant. Well, don't steal Cole's rant.
Yeah,
Wow.
don't steal my rant. Don't steal my rant. We'll get to that when we get to the story
Okay.
portion.
The larger point I want to make is, if they continue with this formula, I feel like that these levels have to still be here. They have to still be here, because I mean, like, obviously they need to be better, but the implementation of like traditional Sonic levels, I feel, are very important in helping establish Sonic, or rather, like, are very important in helping Sonic establish a firm identity in terms of like being like a open world game. They break up the pace of, like, you know, the sandbox activities in a similar way to things like shrines do in Zelda. But they need to be better than this, because you know what the shrines in Zelda were? Original puzzles. They fucking didn't just lift stuff from, like, I don't know, Twilight Princess or Wind Waker and then had you go through that again.
Yeah, like, all the puzzles were unique to
Original
each
puzzles.
other, which is good for it. And I feel that because, like, them bringing up that we had the original level design, but those only happened in the last part of the game, like, it would have been nice if they actually did try that for, like, most, throughout the game, actually.
I'll just say about cyberspace levels. The fact that the level designs were only really pulled from 3 games, SA2, Unleashing Generations, is also kind of lame.
Yeah, I joked a lot that, they pulled this out of Sonic Forces and stuff, but no levels were pulled from Sonic Forces, so...
Sonic Forces played better than this, though.
That is actually incredible, come to think of it.
I feel like Sonic Forces, in terms of, like, tradition... In terms of, like, if we're comparing cyberspace to the levels of Forces controlled better by a mile, I feel like. Because...
Well, of course it did, because Forces was designed with the boost actually hitting enemies in it.
Yeah,
and knocking them out.
Yeah, here's the thing. The controls in the cyberspace levels is similar to your default controls in the overworld, which is really stupid, considering that we've complimented before that the fact that you have all the control options in the overworld, like you can increase your deceleration, acceleration speed, but in cyberspace that gets thrown out the window. None of your upgrades carry over either, so any sort of boost or anything that you get from it, those don't count.
Yeah, I remember, Dean, you were going through Frontiers the first time. You're just like, I want to get more speed upgrades, so I'll tackle cyberspace again, not realizing it doesn't carry over.
It wouldn't matter. So it made levels like 1-2 reach for the sky. That
Or just
fucking
based off-
bullshit.
Based off of Windmill Isle Act 2.
Windmill Isle Act 2 wasn't this bullshit. I played that recently too. But
It feels so weird to me, and it could just be because I played Sonic Unleashed this year, and the whole like boost style of gameplay is currently my favorite Sonic gameplay. But it feels so weird to boost into an enemy at the very end. It doesn't do anything. Instead, you get hurt.
yeah.
And I guess I can understand that for the overworld to an extent, but given how the levels in cyberspace are designed much more linearly, it feels like it breaks up the momentum to not have that ability to do that.
Yeah, actually, you said the key word here that honestly made a lot of these levels kind of difficult. Sonic's momentum in these levels is pretty poor.
It's really, really bad. Yes.
I can't I can count to you the dozens of times whenever I enter a 3D cyberspace level in which my forward momentum almost causes me to die, or actually causes me to die. How much more momentum you get? Because you think your natural reaction is to hold up, but if you do that, you just like careen off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole thing in like cyberspace, I feel that I'm trying to recall like which levels were the ones that I struggled the most with. I feel that nearly all the what was it? The Unleashed levels gave me trouble just because they based them off of literally the worst levels of the game. But Generations levels also did stump me because there is literally one level that is based off of node for node chemical plant zone, and classic Sonic chemical plant zone. And
for sure.
that honestly pissed me off.
Yep.
That level sucked.
And only because when you're going for the speedrun, that you just don't know which is the fastest route to take.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
one of my prime examples of why like the control schema for this game really contradicts like its original like where these levels came from. If you play the Windmill Isle stage 1-2, it's actually faster to go through the route under. You know, the one where it's just a straightforward road, instead of taking the jump paths, because Sonic loses all of his momentum and speed as soon as he jumps. So, yeah, it's faster to just run, which is not how you do a Sonic level.
Mm-hmm.
It is also like that in the overworld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, you especially feel it, like, in these, like... You especially feel it in these cyberspace levels, because these are levels that we've played before, and they control demonstrably worse than their original like implementations, and that's probably another reason why, aside from them being mostly incredibly short, why most of the Red Wing are incredibly easy to get.
Yeah.
I actually noticed with Skyrail, Skyrail is like one of those levels where it's like, this level was not 100%, because it didn't exist back then. It was not made with the boost in mind, because if you use the boost too much, you will die way too often in that level.
I feel that all the SA2 levels actually aren't really built with some of the boosts in mind. Maybe Green Forest, but it's like... Otherwise, I mean, I just don't use the boost for a lot of the time unless it's like a straightforward path.
Yeah, I think Green Forest benefits pretty well from the boost, but the original Green Forest itself also had plenty of multiple paths that you could take to get through that level as fast as possible. So the boost does, to an extent, complement it.
Mm-hmm.
But
there are
that's
exceptions
one level
compared to every other one, because I'm pretty sure there's like 25 of these cyberspace levels or so.
There's like 27 of them. I mean, the fact that they would pull from Sonic Adventure 2 at all is honestly kind of interesting, because it is the only boost game that they don't pull from, and and you really notice that, because I feel like the design philosophy for Sonic Adventure 2 is much different than that of Unleash or Generations.
It
So-
is, and yeah.
By the way, I just counted. There's a total of 30 cyberspace levels.
30.
Oh boy, and I gotta do
Oh.
all of them.
Have fun. Have fun, Logan.
Why would
My-
you hurt
yeah.
yourself like that?
Go, Jerry.
Gotta. It's my
My-
trope.
My
Sorry.
favorite part about Skyrail's cyberspace level is if you know your Sonic Adventure 2 knowledge, the pathway to the third mission where you have to find the lost Chow, it's still there.
Yeah.
You could still take that light speed dash path and go where the last Chow is. Speaking of light speed, why is it mapped to the right to the left stick?
Yeah.
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yep.
I'm glad it's there innately, and I'm glad it's a separate button. But why that button?
That's
Actually, that's something that I've been wondering. Because I keep when I was pressing the boost and stuff, my thought process, I kept thinking, would this work better instead of it being on like the accelerator trigger? Would this be better if it was like the L3 button instead?
If it's a single press, sure, but if it's like you have to hold the damn button down, I don't think it would work out really well. But yeah, I mean, if it acts like a normal sprint button, which is kind of what the boost has been regulated to in this game, then yeah, it would work out just fine, honestly.
I just say this. Talking about controls and stuff. I know like how me and everyone else complained about the controls for classic Sonic and Sonic Forces, and I'm just like, oh, I hope it can't get any worse than this. Get to Cyberspace 2D Sonic. I'm just like, yeah, no, this is somehow worse. He feels so stiff in 2D. Like,
He's
holy
really
shit.
really
I'd
slow.
I
It's
don't
just
know.
really weird.
I would much rather play cyberspace levels than 2D Forces again.
Yeah, I'm with Jared on that one. I don't
too.
think Sonic in 2D in this game controlled that bad. I did have a really weird and weird issue where, like, if you're transitioning from 2D to 3D, and I think this happened in 3D a couple of times too, where if Sonic turns but you're not pressing the right direction, he just literally stops on a dime.
Yeah.
Wait, Cole, so are you saying that Sonic has a rough time transitioning between 2D to 3D?
Hold on.
Don't make me ban you from your own stream.
Where the fuck is it?
I deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's really just it. I feel like that, in future games they should stick. I feel like that they need to in order to help Sonic establish an identity in this format. But they need to be done better than this, because this is just... Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to do stuff like this, just make sure it controls better. That's all I ask. And original level design, because honestly, like, having short little interludes with level challenges is not a bad idea for a Sonic game.
I mean, we've technically had that in the past, so...
Yeah, and, like, just interspersing it here and there with just like, hey, look, here's your overworld antics with, here's some really original levels that test your platforming ability. That's totally fine. I don't think that anyone would really complain about that. I will give Cyberspace credit on one thing, though. You don't have to do all the challenges all at once to 100% them.
Oh yeah, thank God.
Yeah, imagine having to do, like, I have to collect all the red rings, and get the S rank time, and collect a certain amount of rings.
Oh boy, here I come with more S ranks, baby.
Yeah, I'm just glad that you can do those, like, one at a time at your own pace. It feels really good to do them all at once, but it's not required.
I literally had no reason to do this, but I did it anyway just to flex. I ended up completing all the missions and all the cyberspace levels, just to flex. Even like I had no reason to.
I mean, yeah, like, I'll be honest here. I skipped out on like a bunch of cyberspace levels. If I didn't have to do them, I just didn't do them. So,
Just go
Go ahead.
Just go fishing.
Yeah, I went fishing mostly for the final island. I'll go over why, but later. But yeah, So, do we have anything else to mention about cyberspace?
On my second playthrough, I ran into another glitch.
Oh boy, what?
Well, maybe more of an exploit than a glitch. I found a little weird quirk with the boost and the homing attack that had speedrun potential, and I'm seeing people overusing it. Pretty much, there's a weird little quirk where if you boost and homing attack close to the same time, you get like Sonic's homing attack horizontal speed.
Oh, really?
It was complete accident that I found it.
That could be some good teching then.
S ranks, baby.
Let's go. Well, we're gonna need that for the time trial thing that they're about to have soon, so... Alright, so, we have anything else to mention about cyberspace, or...
Well, I know Cole wanted to go on their little, rant. Oh, no, wait, that's for plot stuff.
Is that for
Yeah,
plot?
that's related to plot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that, getting through cyberspace, it requires me to put up more of a fight than the combat does. Segue into combat.
Yeah, combat. Oh boy. I have things to say about the combat, especially since me being primo Devil May Cry Bayonetta player here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I have a much more limited frame of reference, so...
I've played Devil May Cry and Bayonetta.
I played Sonic Unleashed.
Listen, this I feel is much better than Sonic Unleashed in terms
of options, yes. I agree with that in terms of options, yes, but my opinion of the combat is fairly mixed because, like, in some aspects I really like it and it's very satisfying on a superficial level. Number go up, make Dean be happy. And I'll be fair, like, the way that Sonic actually does fight in this game actually does seem more like a speedster, which, yeah, he's fucking Sonic. So it makes sense that he would use, like, a lot of these employed, like, special attacks, like anything like rapid punches or making multiple shadow clones of himself. So that stuff is fine, and I think that it's satisfying towards a superficial degree. But in terms of, like, combat depth and a lot of, like, control aspects to it, some parts of the game gets really iffy for me. And I can boil it down towards, like, many aspects if folks want me to go into detail about that.
Interesting. If you want to.
Alright.
It's your stream, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, the only thing... the only thing I'm sure you'll talk about this. The only thing I'll say is, like, holy shit, this is a very small skill tree.
Well, the skill tree itself is small. It's fine for what it is, but, like, because most of it's abilities.
For a first-time combat system, I think having a small skill tree like that is fine for sort of testing the waters with this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I'm in agreement on that. If you're okay, Dean, do you think Jared and I could just give our overall just thoughts before you go more in depth?
Oh, go ahead. No worries.
Okay.
But yeah, you first.
Yeah, you too, Logan. I think for a first-time combat system, I think that Sega actually did. I think that the Sonic team actually did pretty good with what they had. I have more of a problem with the button layout because I've noticed because of the way the layout is, sometimes when I try to press for a specific combo, I either get a different combo or I don't get it to respond at all. I also have a problem with the way that the camera tends to angle on some of the more special moves. Especially the one with the weird balls that Sonic generates. It feels really unfinished.
Yeah, like the energy ball attack that he does for somehow.
Yeah, it feels some of the polish on the moves, at the very least in terms of like spectacle, feel pretty good. Others feel like they aren't finished. If that makes any sense.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As for me, when it comes to the combat, I enjoy the combat, but think of me, I recognize this is probably just a me thing. I always end up using the same 2 to 3 moves because those always end up being the most effective, and I don't want to do like a certain combination while in the air. So I just most of the time end up using like the actual sonic boom technique because I always found it to be the most effective thing to do.
Yeah, I think that the rapid fire ones are where it's at when it comes to Sonic's moveset. I wouldn't be surprised some Sonic moves were inspired by Smash Brothers.
A couple of them. I mean, like
Yeah.
I remember Sonic doing energy blasts in Smash Brothers, but in terms of like, very, very kick-centric stuff, yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Every time I pause Bayonetta in Smash, it always looks like she's trying to make out with a... What the fuck?
I once broke Big the Cat in SA1 where he glitched out and walked up to Decall backwards in a cutscene. I've heard of that bug, actually.
That sounds funny.
But yeah, that ball move, I only end up using like twice, and I was like, all right, back to the Sonic Boom move. That was really because it was most effective.
Want to go, Jared?
I like the combat. I think it's all right. I don't think it's as satisfying as Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, but it is much better than Rise of Lyric or like old school God of War. And I do like that there is an auto combo feature for like the kids that aren't good at button combinations.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, this game has some decent options for like everything, honestly.
Yeah.
Except it does not have a high contrast mode.
Well, 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10.
Worst Sonic game ever.
How dare it not?
This is a much better way to bring Sonic into a fighting format, I suppose. That's something like Sonic Unleashed. This feels much more true to his character. It feels more true to his roots, I feel like, as, let's be honest, a Dragon Ball ripoff.
Yeah.
I mean, he already has the Super Saiyan form, so...
Yeah, exactly. Just, why shouldn't he throw, like energy blasts out of his feet and hands? Fuck it. Why shouldn't he be punching really quick? Fuck it. Let's do it. It's fun. It's flashy. It's satisfying on a monkey brain level. But it is so easy to overpower yourself in this game. And even like, the fucking Guardians, they become super easy to like take down with almost no effort in this game.
Those are the only times where I try to use like the other combat moves because they all look different when you're super.
Yeah, especially the counterattack.
Yeah.
The one thing that threw me off about the combat when I first played was I thought the counter was timing sensitive, but no, you could just hold down the button and you could just be brain dead about the combat.
Which I'm actually kind of okay with, to be honest, because I am terrible with parrying.
Well, so am I, but like when I know that I can just hold down the buttons and that will always parry without fail, it's like there's no satisfaction there,
Details.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Dean?
I'm cringing so hard.
You know,
Dean is judging me for once.
I mean,
You know-
I think it's fine to have that as an option, but when that is the only option, I feel I don't think that's very good. You know?
That I can agree with.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
just like they have have options for adjusting Sonic's speed and controls, they should have like an option for your parry as well.
Yeah.
Which also puts into focus the baby puzzle where you have to parry like energy balls, and once you figure out that the parry is only just holding down the buttons, you stand there for 15 seconds and parry them.
Oh,
and they
Yeah, it's like I'll just hold the L and R button each time.
and
that's not
it's simply like this feels like a big oversight.
Mhm.
that's not the only oversight. In some of the challenges in the game, like when you have to do jump rope, you could just jump and hold the parry button and you'll beat it.
Wait,
Really?
seriously?
Really?
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Oh
No
wow!
way!
No
Yeah.
way!
I
That's-
I legit played jump rope with it.
Thank you, Chakra X, for that.
What the fuck? dude?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the parry
don't-
system
don't-
is broken. Cool.
Don't
It's
speaking
really-
of the parry. Don't speak of the parry. I do find it amusing. How majority of people, at least I saw on Twitter, didn't realize that you could just hold down the button. Everyone thought it was timing based.
Why, why shouldn't you think it's timing based? That's how it is in most of these games.
Well,
you know?
like every game, dude. I played Devil May Cry 3. You can't get away with that shit in
What?
Royal Guard.
well, the game tells you at the beginning of the game that you can hold it down.
It's instinct at this point for a lot of people.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dean, go
It
off,
is.
go off,
Oh
go
my
off,
God.
go off, go
Look,
off.
look. I get why they made like the parry system to be like you can hold the button and everything is okay. But as we basically had stated, it basically provides like almost no fucking challenge for it. Like the whole thing about like making a parry system is feeling like, oh yeah, it's like yeah, I caught him off guard and then I get to beat the shit out of him quite nicely. And it's like there's no. If they just basically said there's no point of actually, like, basically doing that, then what's the point of even having a parry system to begin with? Like,
For the kids.
Because it's cool.
Well, yeah, it's cool, but you know, I also want to have the option to be rewarded for feeling cool.
I want to be
Don't
rewarded for
reference
feeling
Invader Zim
cool.
when talking about Sonic.
You could
Listen,
you always could just not hold down the button and just press it.
Yeah, like, I just basically did that because it's like, I feel somewhat rewarded with this combat system.
You know when I found out that you can hold down the parry button, how long it took me?
How long?
I was at Island 3 by the time I realized it.
I found out at Island 2.
I
think
found
Logan-
out at Island 3 as well because
Yeah.
I didn't know at the time, and that's why Wyvern is probably the one that gave me the hardest time.
No, wait, actually, I think I found out at Island 1 because I kept dying against Giganto, because I went into that with no rings, but Super Sonic gives you 100 rings, but there is no margin for error if you only have 100 rings.
Yeah.
I found out about the parry stuff, but I found out about the literally like frame 1 because I was just like, alright, what happens if I just hold it down? Oh, okay, that's what happened.
Ah, yes, I'll just hold it down. Okay, yep, no trouble at all. Like,
Also, Cole, if you're starving for rings, you can always just use the loop feature to get yourself infinite rings.
can you?
Yeah,
do
I
that
didn't know. I didn't realize that at the time.
Wait, can
Same.
you do that during the super fights?
Yeah, you can. Oh, you can even do that on top of the Titan as well.
Oh, I didn't.
I didn't
that.
know that.
I didn't know that part. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I think Giganto is like the. No, wait, Wyvern doesn't actively go after you either when you're on the ground. Never mind.
Wait, Giganto. That one's the first.
Yep.
The first
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Okay. Ah, okay.
I think the third one is the only one that will actively try to attack you when you're on the ground. When you're
Yeah.
initiating the fight.
Doesn't every Sonic game have an infinite ring glitch? I don't know about this one.
Mm.
I mean, unless you're talking about debug mode. No, not really.
Hmm.
Besides, this is a feature built into the game. It's
Yeah.
not a
It's a feature.
It's not one of Dr. Robotnik's diabolical traps.
Cool.
Jared, I think what you mean to say is it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Exactly.
Yeah, like it just kind of rats back around to like the big sort of thing like with this combat system is that like it's very fun like on a monkey brain level. But
it is like,
but in terms of just kind of incentivizing, you know, mixing things up a little bit and like experimenting like with other moves and stuff, it doesn't really give you much incentive for that. And it will just end up funneling you into the same few moves unless you actively try to do the other moves like I do.
yeah, like I mean, whenever I try to have like any sense of like satisfaction with the combat system, it's either like trying to vary up with the moves and stuff, or try and play within the game's rules instead of just basically being like, okay, I'm just gonna shoot Sonic Boom lightning things into your face and then you'll probably die really quickly.
Like indefinite, basically.
Yeah, it really does feel like a baby's first combat system, doesn't it?
It kind of does, and I'm like, I get why, because it's like,
Yes.
it's like the first time they tried to do this with Sonic, like actual pure Sonic, not Werehog, and like the whole thing about like trying to make it like basically simple and visually rewarding is something. So I'm not gonna knock the game for that. It's just that once like the stuff starts to show and like you basically have like essentially all the moves like pretty much down, you kind of just settle into a niche and then just kind of roll with that throughout the entire game. And
I guess it's... Go ahead.
it's just that when I like try and do like within like a sort of like combat system, I like trying to determine if there's like a good sense of flow within like the like something that genuinely works. I'll like trying to change moves together, like Devil May Cry and stuff. Sonic doesn't really have that for the most part. Even like one of the ones that I actually did learn that it gets really fun to try and chain the moves together is when you change like some of the rapid fire moves, like changing the Sonic Boom move with the dash and the shooting move. But which is there, but like
the game doesn't really encourage you to do so, and I think part of it is because you really don't get any credit for changing up your combat moves, unlike DMC, which has the style system.
Which is so weird that this game doesn't have something like a style system.
Considering Sonic is all about, ironically, style. But
yeah, that's what kind of bugs me about that system. But yeah, go ahead.
Like imagine like if you were great, like imagine where if you had some of those like areas when like fighting those big titans, sumo, etc., where those mini boss fights, and they actually did grade you on how well you varied your combat, and if you got a high enough score, they gave you something like, I don't know, more Kukos, a Volt Key, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think that rewarding the player for at least like trying to do things like on the cuff would have been good. Hell, even having like a timing thing where it's just like you have like a thing that says like what time did you actually like did the parry, and you get rewarded with stuff like that. That'd be nice, but yeah, just incentivize folks for more skillful play. Otherwise, it's just like the combat system just feels like it's there. Here's some enemies that are in your way. And I'll be honest here, for like some of the battles that came up, especially for the final island, I just basically upped my attack so fast so that I basically killed them faster.
Yeah.
Especially for certain mini bosses like fucking Squid or like the big tower bosses, because it's just like if I kill them faster, I don't have to go through their second loop.
Yeah. Can I just say something real quick as a quick aside? I just want to say as a quick I just want to say this as a quick aside. Ricky, you're being very annoying. Please shut up.
Yeah, Ricky, I get that I put Sonic 06 in the title, but that didn't guarantee that I was going to do Sonic 06. This is a discussion stream. If you put one more skull, I'm timing you out.
So, you're very obnoxious.
Yeah.
Anyway.
they probably didn't want to do attack combos as a challenge thing, you know, making the player feel like it's a must-do task. Well, that's the thing. It's just like if you're gonna put like all these options for the combat system to begin with, in my mind, I feel that you should encourage players to actually try and do something with said combat system. Otherwise, it just feels like I'm just doing random moves and then things will work out. This is the same problem that Unleashed had. At least there you were rewarded with rings, but for doing some moves. In this one, you're not rewarded with anything.
I will say this, the combat music for this game is a lot better than Sonic Unleashed's.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, like, I think my biggest issue with the system is definitely, like, just the sense of satisfaction it is for just a more seasoned, like, I guess, stylish combat system player. This isn't really going to scratch that itch. And I think what majorly gets me more is the parry system, because, look, if you're just able to just hold the fucking button all the time and just do that with, like, no repercussions out of it, then, okay, alright, there's no much tension for it.
When it comes to the combat, the only time it felt really... The times that it really felt brain dead to me is when you're fighting the regular enemies in the overworld. Like, not even the Guardians, like the regular enemies.
Oh yeah, I think that the regular enemies is where it feels like a lot kind of bad when it comes to that. But the Guardians, I think, is probably fine.
What were you gonna say, Jared?
Dean, if you think the combat is pretty the parry system is pretty bad in this game, I'd hate to introduce you to Metroid Other M.
Oh my fucking god.
that parry system is fucking broken and has no reward for... Well, it has reward for you, because it's like, hey, if you parry, you get an automatic charge shot. You can just mash the button on your D-pad with no repercussions.
Oh boy, I can't wait to try that out.
Oh boy.
No, one of my regular enemies is just like the ones that put the shield up and stuff.
Yeah, when they start like really diversifying the combat, it just kind of feels like, oh, we're adding another extra step to it. Got it. I think the one where they force you to pretty much like do the side loop, otherwise, and then go into like the combo together. I get that that's good chaining, but it gets really annoying how fast they get like the freaking guards up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny, Dean, when they put their guards up, I just do my song boom on another enemy, and I shit you not, they put their guard down like 5 seconds later.
Yeah. I guess another thing that's related to the combat that kind of bothers me a little bit is the only way that you're able to do the homing attack on someone is if you're actually, like, looking at them. And, I don't know, something about, like, the way that the homing attack functions, especially when you're, like, dealing with a crowd, it doesn't work well for me. Because it's like, I wanted to, like, when you're dealing with the wolves in the Fifth Island, it's like, I want to, like, actually chain all my attacks together so I can, like, take care of all the wolves all at once, but because of the way that I have to fumble my camera around just so I can angle myself to look at the wolves properly, I always just jump out of the way, and, like, I tried to do the homing attack and I just jump out of frame.
It also doesn't help that, I'm gonna be frank, the lock-on system sucks ass.
The lock-on system doesn't work as well. It does, like, I've noticed this when I was playing Generations. It's just like, oh, I just need to be within, like, somewhat of a range, and then a targeting reticle happens, and there you go, I'm hitting the enemy. I don't have to actively keep looking at them with my camera.
I don't know, I didn't have that much of an issue with the lock-on in this game, to be honest.
Oh, alright, I was gonna say, you're supposed to press the button to lock on to an enemy, but I just found it didn't work most of the time.
You don't need to press
the game throws such a small amount of enemies at you that like the game doesn't have many opportunities to have that problem with me.
Yeah.
So
you don't need to press a button to lock onto an enemy, though.
Yeah, I think it's just like the lock-on happens like automatically when you're looking at them.
Yeah, it's an auto lock-on, and that's what triggers the homing attack.
Okay, because I remember the game told me about that at the very beginning of the game. So, you press response to lock onto to an enemy.
Oh, I think you're talking about, yeah, there's the auto lock and then there's the manual lock on. The auto lock on is just what pops up automatically. It's like with Kingdom Hearts stuff. Where, and you can use that to hit, like, with the homing attack and stuff. You don't need to manually lock onto a target. The manual lock on guarantees that you'll be able to focus on that one specific target, but I'm gonna be real with you, I never used it. Except for the boss fights, some of the boss fights.
Yeah. Especially when you're required to aim.
But yeah. I mean, that's really it for me. Just, you know, add a bit more nuance to it. I mean, like, I enjoy it conceptually. I think it utilizes Sonic as a character better than Werehog did. Because Werehog feels like an excuse to, you know, have Sonic go around and beat up people convincingly, but he doesn't need a reason to you know, do that convincingly. You can just have him do it. You know?
Logan, the only unfortunate thing is just like the Werehog. You can like do the two to three same moves and it'll work for like all of the game.
Yeah, but it's a bit less egregious here because I don't think the skill tree is as large as something like Unleashed, so like it doesn't feel as wasted. I feel like.
I think what we have here is a good foundation to be fleshed out for more, which is actually what I'm curious about what they'll do with the DLC, which we'll talk about later.
Yep. Alright, do we have anything else to the combat before we get to the nice and juicy story section?
It makes Supersonic feel as powerful as he's supposed to be, and for that I'm pretty good with it.
As I said, do we all talk about the boss fights make it to island by island?
I think that'd probably be best, considering. But, let's see.
Bathroom break.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
bathroom break.
Oh, yeah, bathroom break before we get to the nice and juicy story.
Meanwhile, Ashley told another giraffe joke.
Giraffe joke. Let's go.
Sitting down here making these for a while.
Yeah, what do you call a giraffe with an extra long neck? Tower model. Tower model.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys.
A tower. Okay.
Wait, what was that? Wait. What do you call a...
What do you call it when a giraffe gets bigger horns during mating season? Ram upgrade.
Ram upgrade?
Ram upgrade. Nice.
That's really stretching it.
Yeah, stretching it like your neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Dean, what is your favorite Titan boss in the game? We're gonna go into detail about that, like, in a bit, but I would like to... I think Wyvern is probably my favorite out of all of them, but Knight was also pretty good.
Wyvern became my favorite, oddly enough, after learning that you could parry.
Honestly, the parry in that one is probably one of the best parries. Knight's parry isn't that bad too, but I really like the parry for the Wyvern because you fucking Bowser throw.
You Bowser
we'll talk about that later.
You take his... Yeah. And also in that fight, it's a little bit harder to get the parries down because he can actually catch you off guard a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Logan, you want to tell the chat here, since we're talking about, you want to tell the chat here the origin of the giraffe, the genesis.
I mean, it's not my stream. I don't know if I should.
Okay.
I don't know if I should. I'll talk about the origins once I have a computer that actually fucking works.
Yeah, that might be for the best. DM's using Logan in Pokemon. Yes, I am, because, Farigiraf is pretty good.
Yep.
Am I part of your team, Dean?
Yes, you are.
Yay! I haven't been able to watch because I've been busy. I'm sorry.
No worries. You got plenty of things to deal with right now. So I understand.
Logan went from the Geek Squid arc to the Catacrys arc.
No, Zach. I'm still in the trenches of the Geek Squad arc because it was them that caused this shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I honestly can't believe I'm still here, but nonetheless.
Get it? Because, wait, I got a giraffe joke for you. What do you call a white giraffe? A white dragon. Get it? Because it's not a giraffe, it's really a dragon. Wait, what? I think I walked into a non-punch
reference.
line.
Hold on.
I think I ran into a non-punch line.
Hold on. What is a giraffe?
A giraffe? Giraffe.
Gyro giraffe.
A gyro
Oh, a giraffe. A giraffle? Hold on.
Giraffle.
A giraffle.
A giraffle? Is that a raffle for giraffes?
What do you win?
A giraffe?
Along the... No. Like I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I'm looking.
Now I don't understand.
Now I'm confused.
I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Mhm.
Please explain what a giraffle is.
Yeah. Also, hi, Goku. Alright, so before we actually do get started with the discussion, so, like we stated earlier, we are gonna go into spoiler stuff when it comes to, like, the major story stuff. I think the most that we're gonna get into, in terms of, like, at least what I would say would be the most spoilerific parts of the game, would be end of Island 3, Island 4, and 5. So I'll put like a big like spoiler warning thing, so for those who don't want to be spoiled on like the nice and juicy spoilers of Sonic Frontiers, then yeah, we'll put that up.
And also pretty much most of the egg memos.
Yeah, the egg memos would probably be another thing. I would say bring up the egg memos around Island 3, because that's where the most relevance starts coming in.
Yeah.
I would say Island 4 really.
Island 4, yeah. And 5. And Endgame.
Yeah,
Oh.
especially 4 and 5.
Wait, did we all do hard mode in the end?
Hi, I'm back.
Yes.
Yes.
What was the
Go back.
question?
Did we all do a hard mode final boss in the end?
No.
Yeah.
No?
Oh,
Oh. Okay.
Damn it, Cole.
Fine, you're
You
fine.
didn't do your
It's
homework. Gotcha.
Wait, what?
You didn't do your homework.
Oh no, what are you gonna do? Teach? Give me an F.
Yeah.
I still did enough of the assignment to get a passing grade.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
just
you did.
after I finished the game, I just didn't have, because I just didn't have like the care to go back, because I just really hate that whole entire thing that it does. That's not the point. We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, I got you. No one cares enough for the hard work. Oh. Also, hey there, Goku. How's it going? All right.
Goku.
Don't worry, Cole. You're not exactly missing much.
Okay, we'll get into that. But yeah, are we now good to start the story part?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay, I know I have like a no spoiler thing. I hope I do at least.
I think Henry needs to talk about the story because he's up here right now.
Oh, what does Henry have to say about the story?
Hey Henry, what do you think about Tails in this game? All he did was bat the microphone. Thank you, Henry. That's...
that is great. Good job.
Thank you for your input, Henry.
I believe in you. I might think meow.
and now he's batting his head over Knuckles. Yes.
Henry, what do you think about Knuckles in this game?
Feed me.
Eat
Feed me. Alright, here's your grapes.
No. Not be my boy grapes. I think are grapes poisonous to cats, or is that like only a dog thing?
I was making the joke because you're like Henry. What do you think of Knuckles?
No, I know, I know what you were going for, but then that got me on like a line of thinking of wait, aren't this the cats, or is that only a dog thing?
I don't know either or.
Well,
Also, I'd like to see that art mouse. I know I'm tired, it's been fun talking, but I need my sleep. No worries. I don't know how long this part of the thing is going to go, but I guess we'll see.
I feel like this is going to be the longest section.
Uh-oh.
You know, right?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Because we're not just talking about story, we're also going to be talking about characters and characterization.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And I think we all have a lot to say, having been longtime Sonic fans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. We're gonna. I think we're gonna have a lengthy discussion of like all the characters. Like, I actually all 6 of the characters in the game.
Mhm.
All right.
All right.
So-
Are you ready to get started then?
So it goes without saying, we're basically talking spoilers throughout the entire story thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, alright, yeah, so I think the major spoiler stuff will come back around Island 4 and 5, so I'll put the spoiler section tag, like, right up there, but, wait, so I'll just put, like, the story spoilers, put that as well as what island that we're on, so...
Henry's now laying down on the keyboard, so if I disconnect, you'll know why.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Alright, so the opening, the Island 1, the feature presentation, Sonic enters through the Sonic and friends enter cyberspace after Eggman warps himself into a portal for some reason. And then Sonic escapes from the evil Windmill Isle and enters the first island. And from there, he meets Amy, trapped inside a bubble, and then rescues Amy by gathering heart tokens. Unless you have the DLC that gives you everything that you need for the first island. And
And
Dean,
then,
Sonic-
you're from 2014. What are you doing?
and then,
and then Sonic getting yeeted.
and then Sonic gets thrown into a wall. And then here comes a giant fist. Sonic runs around the island and helps Amy reunite 2 mysterious island dwellers known as the Cuckoos, and does a really random mini game where the Cuckoos tried to bomb him as he tries to get Cuckoos to the other side, and then a bunch of and then the Cuckoos die, and then Sonic goes super and then destroys a giant monster. The end.
Okay, yeah, I have a question. We're supposed to guide the Cuckoos while dodging the bombs they drop while we're guiding them.
they never drop bombs at any other point in this story. I just fucking realized that they only drop isolated instances.
No, look, they also do it in Island 2 as well.
No, I know, but that's only in the fucking mini games. It just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Why
and
are
it
they
happens
bombing
twice.
you for helping them?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, Cole, they make baby noises. Okay, they're like children. They can't help themselves.
So we're dodging their poop?
God.
We're dodging their poop, confirmed.
Dean, one thing you forgot to add, and also Amy does a weird running animation.
Oh yeah, Amy also runs weird in the end, and then Sonic flies away, abandoning all responsibility. The end. I might do that for every island. If folks don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
That was hilarious.
Sure.
Sonic the Abridged. Sonic
Oh,
Frontiers Abridged. Alright, so as I mentioned, the focus of this island is with Sonic starting off his journey into this new land and needing to save Amy. So Amy is the focus within this chapter, and so how do we feel about Amy, huh?
And also let's forget introduced to Sage as well.
Yeah, we also get a taste of this this lost sassy child.
We'll put
A general thing, I feel that Ian Flynn is probably one of the best things to happen to these characters in the games for a long time. He doesn't really get he doesn't have as much opportunity in this game to really do something with these characters as he does, in the comic verse, which I guess is now no longer the comic verse. It's just, the shared universe of Sonic.
The verse.
Yes, the verse. But
I guess Sega is canon.
I think that the way that he characterizes Sonic here just in general, and the way that he characterizes characters such as Amy and Sage throughout this game, I feel that it is a good balance of, still having some more kind of more lighthearted elements of the series, while also not being afraid to treat things with gravity when they count, such as the Coco's spirits being lifted up. The characters treat that like a very odd occurrence, and that sort of realization is given a bit of time to breathe. And what's that?
I was gonna say I would only shudder to imagine what the previous writers would handle those scenes.
No.
Probably,
we would have Sonic cracking way more jokes. So, no copyright law in the universe can stop me.
After having games like Colors, Forces, and to a lesser extent, because Sonic Unleashed still knew when to take itself silly and when to take itself seriously, it feels weird because I wasn't sure what to expect from this story. I was not expecting it to treat itself as seriously and with as much respect to the franchise as it is. And I was not expecting the level of nuance with characters like Amy and even Sonic that we were going to get in this game. The game feels like it's treating its story, its source material, with way more care than I have seen in a while, actually.
There's a lot more detail here, yes, especially in characters such as Amy, in where she is very caring about the world around her. So oftentimes to her own detriment, because she's so focused on helping the Coco find peace that she almost completely forgets about her own situation, and Sonic kind of has to bring her back down to earth a little bit.
Yeah. A couple of ways I actually really do appreciate that about Amy, because we've always had that glimpse of her all caring for others.
Yeah.
And to see that selflessness despite her situation was actually really nice to see, especially since for a long time it took a while for her to get away from the whole Sonic fangirl character.
It rounds her out a lot more here, and sort of characterizing her as someone who is very caring about not just Sonic but just the world around her in general. And
I appreciate what they did with Amy in this game, because especially recently, I felt like they were just spinning their wheels and not knowing what to do with Amy, because she wasn't the Sonic obsessed fangirl, but there wasn't really much to her since generations in the games, at least.
Cartoon Sonic Boom did Amy pretty well, I feel.
Yeah. Okay, I forgot about that.
All right.
I'm also going to
Best
just
part
say
of
this.
Boom.
I'm just going to also say this here and now. The less that Amy is written as Sonic fangirl and more just in just more like a girl who just like cares about other things around her and like things like her tarot reading, the Birdie from SA1, the Cocos and stuff like that. The more that they write her in that direction and less, oh my god, I love Sonic, the more I find myself shipping her with Sonic, because it feels like their interactions are way more natural.
Yes.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
So,
Uh-huh.
listen, as someone who like loves both of these characters, it is so nice for them to like mutually respect each other and, you know, enjoy each other's presence, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It feels nice for, you know, Sonic to, you know, be sort of impatient with her, you know, sort of mannerisms in terms of just, you know, sort of caring a little too much about like everything around her, but that only stems from Sonic's concern for her own well-being. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
it really rounds them out as more like a sort of a mutually like respectable dynamic rather than someone that is entirely one-sided and where Sonic just wants absolutely nothing to fucking do with Amy, you know?
Mhm.
Which is a nice stark contrast, and it's actually really nice to see that Sonic does care about Amy enough to basically, go and save her, as well as go along with, what she was working on.
Oh, we're gonna say, Jared?
The interactions with Sonic and Amy and how they're written in this game, it makes their relationship feel more authentic, how they interact.
Yeah.
I feel.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
I especially love the optional dialogue between, like, the ones that are outside of the story-required cutscenes, where it's just
Mhm.
Sonic and Amy just talking about their current situation and where they're at. It's like, it feels natural, and I actually really like those conversations that they do have.
And I feel like it also comes through the voice acting, because I think that Roger Craig Smith and the woman who voices Amy, I can't remember her name unfortunately. These characters sound much more mature. It feels like they're starting to grow up, that they're no longer in like that 15, 12-year-old phase and stuff and all of that.
Yeah, can we note that Sonic sounds much older compared to how he does in, like, Colors and Horses and Generations?
It is admittedly strange. I don't think it always lands in the way that they probably want it to. But over time, I got used to what Roger brings to the table here. I enjoy the way that he portrays Sonic in certain scenes, especially the ones that feel a lot more grounded and character driven. So
I am going to say that, like with Jason Griffith with Unleashed, I think that Sonic Frontiers is Roger Craig Smith's best performance.
oh really?
Yeah, I honestly think so, and I think part of it is because the script works for him.
That I can agree with, because I think that Sonic's overall writing, especially for both the humor and the serious moments, are really good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I-
like
I-
you
I-
feel like there isn't as much comedy in this game, but the comedy that's here, it feels not necessarily more funny, but more endearing. You know?
What is your end goal? Well, sometimes it's a goal ring, and other times it's a signpost.
I was speaking of talking. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know I wasn't the only one that was like going crazy with this, but it feels like, I want to say when we got to maybe the second or third island onwards, that's when Roger Craig Smith goes back to like his usual Sonic voice, if that makes any sense.
In some places, but I think that there's a general sort of shift in tone here that you kind of see. I mean, like I said, like over time, I just got used to it. So maybe at that point, it just kind of became, oh, this is Sonic.
Yeah.
By the way, Cole. Since you want to know, Amy Rose is voiced by Cindy Robertson.
Okay, for some reason, shortly after I said I don't remember who it is, my brain was like, it's Cindy, it's Cindy, it's Cindy. Get it right, girl, get it right.
Give me something.
But yeah, characterization of Amy is is really good in this game. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did
Yeah.
she fawn over Sonic at all in this part of the game? I don't think she did
I mean,
much.
She and Sonic hugged at the end, but that's really it. And
I
she-
wouldn't really call that fawning. That's more like a nice, sweet moment among friends that could be argued as one thing.
There's only there's really only one moment I can think of. On the first island, after Sonic runs away, Amy just sighs in amazement. I think in amusement.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's fine.
That's
Yeah.
moments in
fine.
isolation like that are fine when her character feels more rounded out. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nothing like, oh, Sonic, save him! Save the cuckoos!
Yeah, Dean. If you did like that characterization of Amy, yeah, you're really gonna hear characterization something like Sonic Battle.
Oh, fucking help me. Play that.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Overall,
can't wait for
good
that.
stuff for Amy here. And yeah,
Yeah.
I enjoy the small arc that she has on Kronos Island. The same can be said for Knuckles and Tails.
Yeah.
Those.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
But was there, like, I'm trying to think as well. Shoot, I had something in mind for, like, what Amy did in that one. Yeah, shoot, hopefully I'll remember it later.
What are you talking about?
I was trying to think, because, like, there was something that I was gonna bring up about, like, Island 1 2, so, but I kind of blanked on that, so hopefully I'll remember it later.
For Island 1 2, do we want to bring up all the funny optional side interactions Sonic has with Sage?
Yeah, actually, I did want to bring that up because it was
Yeah.
actually the fact that you can talk to Sage on the world map that actually caused me to become interested in her.
Mhm.
Because, like, her first introduction is literally probably one of the more hostile introductions of a character.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the villain. But then you could just, like, casually walk up to her and be like, hey, so, that Titan really beat me up. Yes, it did. I bet you Super Sonic could beat it up. Highly improbable. It just felt... It made me... It's like a little bit of a small detail that kind of made me realize... There's a little bit more with Sage under the surface than what we are getting. And there was
Yeah.
definitely a lot of room for that in the end, too.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
really wish I went out of my way for all of the optional dialogue that came up with the game, because I did go for a lot of the Sage ones, especially for the first island, and it's just, I really liked how they did have moments where Sonic just talks to this when she was first introduced, this sassy young child.
I love how you keep referencing the One Punch Man.
I mean, the
What
thing
with
is,
this?
like, I'll be honest here, I didn't know Sage's name until later, until they outright, like, said her name. So I just kind of addressed her as this sassy young child.
Sage outright just like doesn't give Sonic her name because he doesn't feel like it's important because
Mhm.
you know she's ran the records. It doesn't matter because ultimately
It
Sonic will be
doesn't
around.
God.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't matter now what happens, so I won't give you my name. No?
But it's like it was for me it made Sage more interesting because it felt like the more I talked to her as we got more character development, the more she moved from it's just I'll just say it right here now. I like that in the end she was more until we found out more about her, she felt more like a neutral party.
Yeah, because she wasn't, like, outright villain in this one. She's just more like the general antagonist to someone who's like, oh, so this is who this Sonic person is. I think we might need his help.
Because it's like, and I'm only just going to say this just for the sake of getting it out of the way. I like how Island 1, it's like, there's that sass, that snappy stuff and all that. Island 2 is Sonic's just like, hey, can you at least tell me if my friends are okay or if they're in danger? And Sage is like, relax, they're safe.
Mhm.
It's like, oh.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Okay.
That's good.
And it's like, it's that little kind of interaction just clicked in my brain of, okay, interesting. I want to know more.
I really the only thing I have that I really don't really like about Sage that much is her fucking name. It's just an anagram for Sega.
You know what? No, she should have been called Ages, just Sega backwards.
I hate you all.
I hate you.
No, I literally thought about that too. I'm just like, motherfucker, it's the same letters.
I didn't even notice that until now.
They're right. The Sonic shorts. It's like, it's Sonic, but backwards.
It's Sega, but rearranged letters slightly.
So it like in Yakuza, like a dragon.
Yeah, pretty much. God fucking damn. Yeah, you blew Dark Reaper's mind. Dude, I didn't even notice that Sage was just Sega just scrambled.
God.
I didn't even notice that. Fuck.
Yeah. It's good. I like it.
Obviously, we need to talk about the most important character on Island 1 and beyond, Big the Cat.
Oh, right, yeah.
Big,
Yeah,
what are you doing here? What even is here?
I just wanted to go fishing, and then I ended up here.
It's just like, oh, of course you are.
I find it very strange that a game that's introduced for Big the Cat's main introduction in a Sonic game since like Sonic Heroes, there's not really a mention, or we don't see Froggy at all.
Yeah, that weirded me out.
Actually, he does mention Froggy one time.
Really?
Oh, he does.
Where?
One time when he's talking about like how the purple coins work. He's all like, "Oh, well, Froggy likes these purple coins. So you bring them to me, I'll let you fish." So.
Oh.
Wait, does Froggy eat the purple coins?
Sure,
Probably
yeah.
eats anything.
He needed a substitute after the Chaos Emerald.
Yeah.
Is Big the Cat also holding the Coco's hostage or something?
Yeah, because he has 20.
I mean, if you give him tokens, one of the options is Coco. So
He's like the Tanukis from Sunshine.
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Right?
I did say, oh, we're probably gonna have a lot to say about all the characters. I completely forgetting about Big the Cat. I'm just like, except for Big the Cat, because it's kind of.
Zach, listen, Zach, Big just wandered into cyberspace. Okay, why did he wander into cyberspace? How will he get out of cyberspace? Sonic asked the big questions, and this game didn't answer them. Okay, that will answer the fucking DLC. Okay,
Yeah. You know what's the funny part, Logan? We didn't get an answer to that question to the last one. Getting out of cyberspace.
Yeah, I don't think we ever got an answer about like him leaving cyberspace, come to think of it. Yeah, how did he even get into it? Yeah, how? Do we need an animation of that?
Well, you see, he wanted to go fishing, and he just showed up here.
When he
wants to go home, he'll just go home.
Is this like Big Adventure 3 or something, where it's pretty much he just wanders?
Big's Fishing Adventure 4.
Big's Big Adventure Frontiers.
I mean, realistically, how does Sonic get to and leave the fishing spots? You know? Because this implies that Big just found this random fucking idol on Kronos Island, and and now he's like, well, time to fish.
I just go where I'm wanted.
Sage being all like, it's like, I could get you out of here at any time, right? He's like, yeah, I will see you a little longer though.
No, I just want to fish.
It was a real Quentin moment, and where it was just complete ambivalence to his situation.
Stay ambivalent.
He can get out anytime, he just chooses not to.
Staying ambivalent.
Stay ambivalent.
Be funny if he just has a portal back to where he needs to be.
I go wherever I'm wanted.
A portal back to the Mystic Ruins.
Yeah.
He's just back in SA1.
Speaking of that, by the way, I like how Big has his fishing pull upgrade from SA1.
Yeah, he does. I just wish he had the floaty as well.
I would love that.
Amazing. Wow, there's your SA1 reference, everyone. I'm so glad that folks waited for it for so long.
We already got our SA1 reference. We got Big.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude.
Oh wait. Actually, we got a bunch of SA references. It's called spoilers. The plot.
Yeah.
It's also called the character roster of Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Big, a creation of Eggman, and a world-ending deity.
yeah, it's really the SA1 cast reunion.
Dude, screw Sonic Unleashed. This is the real Sonic Adventure 3.
Dude, you blew my fucking mind.
It is, actually.
You just blew my mind. I didn't even realize that it was just like, holy shit, the entire SA1 cast is here.
Yeah, by technicality they
Except
are.
for Gamma.
Sage technically replaces Gamma.
Technically, yes. You just blew my fucking mind.
Again.
Wow, this is
It was originally villainous and then achieves like humanity. Although in Sage's case, she kind of always had humanity.
Yeah.
So.
Oh wait, there's another thing I could bring up, but that's later.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring that up, but I'm gonna bring that up later.
Put a note in it.
Holy shit, that is funny.
Yeah,
Just write it down so you don't forget.
Okay.
The fishing stuff is honestly kind of fun, though. I enjoy... I mean, like, it's super, super basic, but I enjoy filling out the Fishopedia.
Yeah.
And I enjoy catching crocodiles, which implies that the next crocodile evolution.
I love crocodiles. I love signposts. I love checkpoints.
Why are the crocodiles so realistic?
Thank you. Can we talk about the disturbingly realistic fish and crocodiles that you can catch out of this pond?
Yeah. Can we also talk about how we have the cartoony ass Sonic 2D Sonic items that are also there for some reason?
I love.
This is why it took me a while to realize that the islands weren't in cyberspace. Along with the fact that you have random rails and bounce pads everywhere, I was legitimately confused when I was like, okay, am I in cyberspace and these stages, are we going deeper? Or, wait, this is the real world? What the fuck?
I also find it to be incredibly funny whenever Sonic pulls a big fish, you cannot see Sonic's head for how big it is in him.
I think Dean could also attest to this, but there are some fish that you can catch here that it started to get PTSD to Animal Crossing.
There's also the most important one, a stick.
Bass.
Sonic? That's a sick.
Yes,
That's a stick.
Guys, Dean, I need you to show your stream chat this fucking image. Alright? I need you to show them this, because this image raises so many questions for me, okay?
Okay.
It completely fucks me up.
Okay, I need to see it too.
I need to
Look
see
at this.
Okay. Give me a second.
Please,
Yeah, that.
please explain this, and then think about how Vector is a character.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Reminds me.
Please show it. Please show it.
Here you go. Here you go, y'all. Yeah, here.
It's like that SpongeBob gag where underwater they're all cartoony, but when they go to the surface, they're like photorealistic to what they're supposed to be.
I'm a realistic fish head. Look at
Oh, no, you
that.
don't.
This image is so disturbing because that is a next gen gator, and Sonic and Big just look so.
It looks so photoshopped.
No.
This looks like a photoshopped image, but it's real.
Does it the computer wrong?
No.
Are we in Florida?
No,
It's
someone needs.
Florida. No.
Someone
That's
needs to put a
that's-
speech bubble in there with the gator saying, "Did you find the computer room?"
The computer room. We found it. Wait, he's in some
Out here in wilderness.
cyberspace, so isn't that a computer?
What were you gonna say, Logan?
I was gonna say that this also makes me think of SpongeBob, but instead it makes me think of the episode where like SpongeBob was like terrified of going outside, and like at the end there's like just a real gorilla like underwater.
George, they're onto us.
Let's get out of here.
What would the real Vector the Crocodile think of this?
Ah, yeah, my ancestors.
Bomb.
No.
Mommy?
Oh my god.
So good.
That was like the most absurd thing of the fishing thing, but I love it.
Absurd indeed.
That really is the most absurd shit ever.
Alright. Anyway.
Anyways, it's fun. It's good.
It's good.
Yes.
It's great. It's terrific. It's amazing. Outstanding.
It's outstanding, then amazing.
Sorry. Outstanding, then amazing.
I wish
Alright.
Shadow was in Frontiers and he interacted with Sage. Yeah, I want to talk.
Yeah.
We'll talk about. We can talk about that a little bit later. Let's get to everyone else.
Yeah. Are we good to go into Island 2, or we got something else to mention about Island 1? Oh wait, we didn't talk about the boss fight.
Sure.
But before the boss fight, one thing I find strange about Island 1 up to the boss fight is the little puzzle that unlocks the waterfall. I'm like, okay, how does this unlock the waterfall?
Oh, that was, in my opinion, the worst puzzle in the game.
No, I completely disagree.
I disagree too.
I don't get it. It's one of my least favorites. I didn't get that fucking thing because it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
It's a light refraction puzzle, Dean.
I get that, but what the fuck? I don't even get like how you're supposed to position this shit to like properly do that. Normally there's like some better hints for you to go for it, but this one just kind of like, just wing it, and then maybe you'll be able to figure it out. I spent like, I think half an hour on that puzzle alone.
Dude, if you have that much trouble with this puzzle, don't do the puzzles in Genshin, I swear to God.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because I also struggled with that puzzle, because I was legit getting irritated. I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what way the game wants me to turn these.
Yeah, because it's like, it turns one and turns the other, and I'm like, okay, how am I get that I'm supposed to, like, make these, like, turn, like, simultaneously, but I'm like, me brain no big.
This is gonna sound really strange, but you know what that puzzle oddly reminds me of?
What's
What?
that?
But
My first thought went to the Master Sword puzzle in Twilight Princess.
Oh,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the one with the two giants.
Yeah, that one. That one also took me a bit, by the way. Apparently,
Yeah.
I'm just not really good at those kinds of puzzles where you have to, like, basically control three things moving in three different directions.
Dean, let's not forget that they brought back that puzzle as a little mini challenge on the final island.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Also, Twilight Princess. That's a Legend of Zelda game.
Yeah. Before we get to the actual boss, two things I want to mention. I don't think we talked about like the two Elder Cocos. But one of them, I guess, strange design choice. When it comes to actually upgrading, you have to like upgrade your speed and rings like manually one at a time. It's not all at once like the tech and defense.
How dare
That
you
is
spoil the
dumb.
Bible for me, Ramen Boy? I was reading that. Now I don't have to read it. I'll wait for the movie.
I'm sorry, Dean, but it gets worse. He's only dead for 3 days. He comes back later.
Oh, man. What is with these Bible spoilers, man? Christmas is ruined.
You fucking robbed the story of its tension.
You ruined the story of the Bible. Sorry. I just wanted to put that out. Sorry.
It's fine.
I thought that
You're
was funny.
I think it's really dumb that you can only upgrade your like speed and rings one at a time.
I hated that so much.
100%. Yeah, that is the sole reason I don't really count upgrading that stuff as 100% anymore, because you just got to sit through dialogue texts like one at a time, and you have to do that, and that shit goes up to level 99 twice.
Yeah.
Say literally, I was sitting there and I was like, why didn't they make it so that you could, just tell them how many of these upgrades that you wanted,
Yeah, it seems like such a easy,
on your
simple
way.
thing. What I don't like about like the upgrade system in general, honestly, is like for speed and ring count, one at a time. For power and defense, all at once. And I'm like, can I get like an in between here? Like, can I select what level I want to be?
It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. When I got to the final island, I did fishing, and I bought so much cocos that I was able to upgrade everything to level 99. I was still in the level 20-ish range with those, so I had to watch a few YouTube videos because that took me like a half hour because of how slow the process was.
Yeah, I honestly just didn't bother because it's like, it's optional if you were to get that high anyways, and I'm just like, who has the patience to keep bearing through the fucking dialogue? Oh, well.
I need the trophy.
Do you need that for 100% in trophies?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, fuck
Technically.
that. Oh, fuck that. I'll refuse to 100% that game if I get it on
I mean,
PC.
listen, I'm putting on a podcast and I'm fucking barreling through it, alright?
Alright.
Like this very podcast right now.
Yeah, like this one.
Just as a quick aside, thankfully the trophies are very easy to get in the game. The only one that's kind of mildly annoying is getting 50 Phantom Rushes.
There's actually a very easy trick that you can do to that I discovered on my after I beat the game. What you can do is you can restart your game on a different file, go to the first encounter with Giganto, and just do combos enough to where you get the rush move, and just let him knock you out and you'll respawn. Do that 40 times and you'll get the achievement.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Speaking of that, the one more thing I wanted to mention before I got to the boss fights, I gotta bring up the scene where he yeets Sonic across, because that is amazing.
Yeah, you throw Sonic through a mountain into a mountain.
Yeah.
He really pitched him like LeBron James, my favorite tennis player.
Well, I can definitely say that the game did convince me, oh, the Titans are going to be a problem, so...
Yeah, so give credit where it's due. Who would win in the fight between a cocaine bear and meth alligator? We'll learn in the movie about that cocaine bear.
Meth alligator is a real thing, though.
It is?
Yes, it is.
I didn't know that. I need to look that up.
Just remember the movies. Just remember the movies coming out the day before my birthday.
Merry
Awesome.
birthday.
Oh yeah, one last thing I wanted to say about the level up stuff is if you are gonna like grind up all the cocos through fishing, it's best to do that on the final island because you get so many high points from the fish.
Oh yeah, like you get so many points and like the rewards that you get for that one is still plentiful. I honestly, bulk upgrade near the end of the game is probably a wiser choice considering that you can get a lot of credit from there.
Also the fish tokens, they cap out at 999.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Good to know.
Jesus.
Which I found out.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so who wants to go first and talk about the boss?
Oh yeah, make sure you have plenty of rings when you go in, because there's no margin for error if you only have 100. I will say this several different times. Beyond that, good music. Got tired of it. Losing all of your rings and Sonic dying is the most hilarious scene in the game. I'm just gonna say that right now, because Giganto just eats him.
What, really? I never died. I need to see that.
Yes. He loses his rings, he falls, and Giganto just goes, ow!
Wow. That's
brutal.
Damn, I didn't know that, huh?
It's like,
I always go into like every one of the fights, not even on purpose, but with like my max ring count. So because I didn't even know that you go in with whatever you have in your pocket, pretty much.
You go in with max rings, aka your Sonic movie appearance.
Oh yeah, you're right, with the glowing blue eyes.
Yeah.
I got tired of that cutscene playing, for the record.
I don't think I ever died during the Titans, actually. So
I came close a lot of the time.
I died at least once to each of them. Giganto I died the most to, but everyone else I think it was like one or two. Oh wait, I don't think Flame Knight killed me. No. He did. I ran out of time. Because I was having trouble with the shield parry.
I think I died about 3 times to Giganto.
Is it because of the rings, or...?
It was because of the rings, and I was also in that mentality of thinking, "Oh, I need to press the parry button at the right time," which I wasn't getting the hang of yet.
As for me, just like a thing over here, I went to the fight with like max rings, like accidentally. So thankfully I had a relative time and didn't die. But yeah, who wants to go first?
Wait, I thought we all...
I think we already did.
We already did. Who wants to go first after we all talked about them?
Okay, fine. I guess I have some things to add. I know Cole got tired of the music, but I fucking love Unbeatable. It's like my favorite vocal track in the game.
Unbeatable's fun. Honestly, like, I feel like because they open up with a banger, honestly.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I can't stand Unbeatable anymore.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
you got burned down on that by listening to like 2 days straight.
No, it's not just that, but it was all over the fucking internet. Every Sonic video it was like, "Hey, it's unbeatable. It's unbeatable." Okay, I'm sick of this song.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care much for Unbeatable either, just because of how often I died against Giganto. I much prefer the boss theme to the Wyvern breaking through it all.
Oh, the Wyvern fight in my opinion is my favorite, but yeah, I'm surprised though. It's like they started playing that all over the place, or
I kept seeing it all over the internet.
Well, fuck you, Jared, because I fucking love it. Listen, I was playing the game, and up until I fought Giganto, I had no clue that song was in the game. So when it hit, I was like, "Wait, what?" And when it started getting into like the screamo bits, I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Hey man.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is unabashedly awesome."
Hey man, listen, I liked the song too when I first heard it, but if something's repeated at me multiple times, especially in a short span, I get really sick of it.
Oh, I totally get you.
I
mean, Cole can relate, as she mentioned, can relate, so I totally understand.
I mean, I say fuck you just like out of showmanship stuff. I mean, like if you don't really like it that much, that's fine. But like just like the experience of hearing it for the first time and the quality of it, I really think it's up there in terms of like one of the better vocal tracks in this game, and that's a lot of contention because basically every vocal track in this game I like to some extent.
Yeah.
So,
I agree. I agree.
And this is basically competing with every other Sonic like vocal track in its fucking history. So yeah, and the fact that they started with a banger is saying something, honestly.
Yeah, Crush 40 no longer needed. Kellen Quinn is my new best friend.
literally, this literally bring back Sleeping with Sirens for like every single fucking boss going forward because they added a whole new dimension to like Super Sonic that I didn't think he needed.
Yeah.
But it is so good.
Go ahead, Jared.
I just want to say for the record, I don't dislike Unbeatable. I loved it right when I heard it for the first time. It was really hype shit.
It's just you heard it a lot.
Yeah, plus I heard other songs in the game that I infinitely love way more.
I mean, I can talk about like one song in particular later, but yeah, considering that, I mean, just by it being the first impression and being one of the first songs, it's a really good track to start off with.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%, seriously.
First impressions were really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of the first boss, I was surprised no one's mentioned this yet, but man, that fight and like the rest of the fights, the rest of the boss fights, damn, you, especially in the first boss fight, you really feel like Super Sonic being all powerful.
It's really
music combined with the souped up combat, it really makes you feel powerful and godlike. Super Sonic has never felt better than he does here, I feel like.
Yeah.
100%.
I think these are probably my favorite, or I think these are the best bosses in 3D Sonic. Plus it makes me feel like I'm playing Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, or Metal Gear Rising.
It makes me
which
feel
I love.
It makes me feel badass, and that's look. I have made my complaints with the combat system, with like like it's complex and stuff, but it's like this is where I feel that the combat system actually feels worth it. So
because how flashy everything is at Super Sonic.
Yeah, the flashiness and just how extra it feels. This is like the right and most appropriate time to feel extra.
I love how you can do this the little twirly spin move on him. It'll actually fly up into the air. The boss.
Yeah. The air, and like I mean, like it's a little bit early for like the fights to peak, but I think that the fight with Giganto flows the best in terms of all the Supersonic boss fights, because a lot of the other like large spectacle stuff that happens with these titans happens in like small cutscenes that have a few seconds of black in between them and the rest of the fight, whereas a lot of stuff that happens when you fight Giganto feels more seamless. Aside from the end where you barrel through his fucking chest cavity.
Fatality.
Like, Sonic flies through him like it's fucking Neon Genesis Evangelion. It is so hype. It's such a cool way to cap off the boss fight. It is so good.
Jesus fucking Christ, the number of Evangelion comparisons I saw on Twitter on my end to the Titans is ludicrous.
Oh my god.
Like, it's ridiculous, honestly.
Ah, yes.
Meanwhile-
My favorite employee of Nerf, Sonic.
Meanwhile, here's me and Zach just comparing it to original Dragon Ball versus Goku.
Yeah, Goku
Versus
versus King Piccolo.
Piccolo. Yeah.
It's like 2 a.m. Let's get to the next island.
Oh, okay, we'll get to the night. Speaking of, Island 2, let's go.
Oh.
I'm actually gonna
Yeah,
sit out for a sec. You guys do this.
Okay, so, hi, Zach.
Hi, Cole.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
But no, that was just the last thing I want to say about the boss fight. I was like, I still feel like such a badass the way Supersonic just plunges through his chest.
Oh yeah, totally. I getcha. But for me, mostly just for like all the excitement of it all. The way that the game handles the Wyvern Titan in Island 2 for me is probably my favorite. Just because it's like, you get introduced to this thing, you have to actively run away from it on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, while it's chasing you down, and hide from it. And throughout the entire entire trip around the island when you're with Knuckles and Sage and shit, the thing is hovering over. And a couple of times I thought maybe it would attack me. It doesn't, for the record.
No, it doesn't.
Thank God, because that could easily be a problem. But then after you get the Chaos Emeralds and you climb up the fucking tower to get to it, it feels like the entire thing comes full circle. That thing is a never-ending, haunting presence, just trying to hunt you down. And then once you get your emeralds and turn it into Supersonic, you fight it by chasing it all over the island.
Yeah.
From the air!
Yeah, that felt good. I especially love that one where you do have to climb on top of them to get to the get to the thing, because that actually felt like a level in of itself.
Oh my god, it's like, and never mind the fact that, oh my god, a tower that I can climb that's actually important for me to get to the boss. Holy shit.
Oh,
I also like the Wyvern fight because it also is like the main boss fight that you can actually get fucking rings from.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I think it's the only one you can.
I remember I was gonna say, yeah. This goes for the first and second time boss fights. I like the stuff you do before you turn supersonic, mainly because the first one it turns into Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, climb on top of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually just thinking of Shadow of the Colossus, and I was thinking about mentioning it, but I completely forgot.
Ah, yeah, Shadow of the Oh no, it's Shadow of the Hedgehog.
Yeah, so Wyvern fight also really good. You get to yeet it.
Oh yeah, the throat. I still think that the counter for that one is probably one of my favorites. I didn't actually see the night one until I saw it in the cuts, until I saw it in a video. But the one with the Wyvern where you pretty much just you fucking throw him against the wall felt really good.
Yeah, I love chasing the Wyvern around the island, but I also love how if you counter its missiles, Sonic just completely zooms right into it, and you can literally just start beating the shit out of it and punching it in the fucking face. I also noticed on them as well that the Wyvern, I think, is where it starts with you starting to have to counter multiple times. Yeah. Because I know that it has one counter, and then it attacks again, and you have to counter it again.
Mm-hmm. I believe you're right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alright. So our brief summary of Island 2. Sonic flies over the island, gets zapped by a laser, and loses all the Chaos Emeralds again. Lands face first onto the island. Oh look, there's that Knucklehead trapped into a bubble. Knuckles gets freed by a bunch of medals, and then Sonic gets chased by a giant wyvern with giant laser beams and stuff like that, and then has to hide behind a wall. Sonic battles a giant shark and a really annoying thing with giant rings. Fuck those bosses, by the way. And then frees Knuckles as he's leading an army of giant little monster creature thingies. and then even right to the point where they have to march them across a giant chasm, up until having to deal with a giant multiple towers. Sonic and Knuckles have a bro moment or shipping, depending on who you ask. And
Bedroom eyes.
yeah, the bedroom eyes starts happening, and then Sonic gets all the Chaos Emeralds, climbs up the giant wyvern to get the final one, throws a fucking wyvern into the mountain, and then blasts him with a giant missile barrage. It was the fucking coolest thing ever.
Breaking through it all is awesome.
Breaking through it all is a
I'm
fucking
still waiting
great
for
track.
Spotify to get the goddamn soundtrack. I have like 3 or 4 songs from this thing that I need to add to my playlist.
It will be on Spotify this week, actually.
Yay!
Oh yeah, but yeah, the wyvern fight and the music that accompanies it is probably the coolest one in the game, just in terms of spectacle. I don't think it flows as well as Giganto. But
yeah, because you brought this up earlier with the whole thing with like they fade to black and then fade right back in.
Like I wanted to show Colin Sonic throwing the wyvern into the mountain, and literally upon impact, it's like fade to black, 4 seconds, back into the fight, and I'm just like, well, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, like I'll praise the wyvern fight to no end, I'll admit that, but when I got that, I was thrown off, so...
Yeah, I thought that was a Switch thing, but nope,
No,
every
that's...
other thing.
It literally is just a pre-rendered scene. So
yeah, which I liked it when especially games nowadays have like smooth transitions between like combat and cutscene. Unfortunately, Sonic Frontiers doesn't have that, so it would have been better if that was the case. But hey, the cool shit you do in thing. I mean, you make the fucker eat his own missiles.
I was about to say, and you gather up his missiles and kick them back at him.
That was the coolest. That was the coolest thing ever.
You're flying alongside him all across the island. It's a really cool spectacle, and breaking through it all, especially in Phase 2, it reaches heights that are just a little higher than undefeatable, I feel like.
Yeah, I haven't seen like spectacle like this since like any other like supersonic section.
Yeah. Only thing I'll say is I kind of disagree. I'm not much of a Scream guy to begin with, so maybe that's why. But she was gonna say, all right, the whole missile barrage thing. But funny enough, even though it's also really satisfying, that's actually. Hilarious enough, that's the most tame Sonic finishes off a Titan in the game.
I mean, compared to the third island one,
So it's like compared to the third island one is like the most. It's like the most like anime that this game gets because yeah, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Yeah. Did we have any details that we wanted to go over for Island 2? I mean, we got Knuckles now, and he doesn't chuckle still.
Yeah, we got Knuckles and how we feel about his characterization in the game.
Yeah.
Also good, honestly. I loved his little soft band. He feels more like that rival that became a brother in this.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I joked about it earlier, how it's like a lot of folks like say, oh yeah, let's ship Knuckles and Sonic together because of how much they give him the look. But
I showed it to Colin and he's like, oh, those two are fucking.
They fucking.
I was about to say, Knuckles doesn't chuckle, but he does give you the bedroom eyes.
Yeah, which, I don't know. I mean, I get that a lot of folks are kind of joking like that, but I'm taking note on like the dialogue and just how much these two have been through together. I just kind of looked at them like brothers and stuff, which can be taken in a different direction depending on how sick you are. But yeah,
I mean, hey, you know what they say: incest is wincest.
Let's push that to the side and let's just say that it feels really good to see these character actions now. Now that the series kind of values its own series continuity a little bit,
What are you doing, step bro? Oh my fucking god.
What are you doing, step echidna?
What are you doing, Oni-chan?
But no, like the dynamic here, it feels really authentic, rather to these characters. especially like when they're kind of sitting, rather like when they're sitting on the ruins, and like Sonic is like trying to, reassure Knuckles that, you know what, you may be the last of the echidnas, but that doesn't mean you're entirely alone because, you have me, you have Tails, you have everybody else here,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's super comforting because, I mean, especially as someone who was probably there to see most of his race die, and seeing that basically happen all over again with the Coco, it is it's sort of a traumatizing experience, and it's nice to have that relationship with Sonic to sort of fall back on,
The only thing I would say about Knuckles, like, a great characterization in this game, the unintentional, but I did get Sonic Forces flashbacks when he's being a army general to the Coco. He's like, oh no, Knuckles, no, because you're gonna get him killed like in Sonic Forces.
Oh my god.
That's somewhat foreshadowing, Zach, for later. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun that they carry that over from Forces, and Sonic's like, dude, what are you doing?
Why it's called War. It's why it's called War.
It's good Cocos. That's why it's called War.
Coco noises.
Anxious baby noises.
Anxious baby noises.
Anxious baby noises.
But yeah. Yes, really good stuff here with Knuckles. It has been a really good year for him.
Yeah, it has.
It really has.
Massive fucking rehabilitation for Knuckles.
Yeah.
And it's great to see it culminated here.
It's been
Can
a
we
while
get
since
Shadow next?
Seriously. Because, I mean, Knuckles had his renaissance here, so next step is Shadow to get his renaissance, right?
Which
Hopefully
kind of
somebody-
makes me wish that Shadow had first in some form been in this game. Because the overall story ties the overall story regarding like the ancients, the tie back to the Echidna heritage and stuff. You could actually have had Shadow in this game because Professor Gerald did in fact study the Echidna culture when creating Shadow.
Yeah, he did.
So it's not without entirely being within the realm of possibility that Shadow could have had some input in this game. The problem is I just can't think of an actual reasonable reason for him to be there.
Yeah, me neither. So, Cole, about that lore director position in Sega.
Yeah, it requires moving to Burbank, California. I'm not doing.
Aww.
I mean, it was really tempting. I will admit that, the salary was like twice as what I'm making now, which doesn't really matter much when you think of California's higher cost of living.
Oh god.
But if it were like a full remote position, I probably would have done it, but it's going to be needing to be in the office at least twice a week to work with Ian and the others on like Sonic related stuff, which would be great.
I was about to say, but sure, but I mean, fuck, then you get to work with Flynn.
Yeah, I mean the idea of working with Ian Flynn and Evan Stanley and others that I've probably only like admired from a distance is like really, really, really exciting to think about. But I don't want to move to California. That's the main crap.
I mean, me and Ryan will collectively say, yeah, we don't blame you.
Just going. It's like, guys, I don't want to move to California. Can we please do this on Discord or something?
I'm in a Discord call with Ian Flynn. What have you done today?
I haven't been in California since I was like a teenager. Is it one of those states like New York where it's fun to visit, horrible to live?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah, from what I understand. I mean, obviously with New York, some places are better than others, but
Yeah. All right.
for me, the problem is like the cost of living.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
That's the big one.
Price is fucking high in that place. Anyway, has California been found yet? I think we found it. Maybe. But yeah, back to
alright.
Sonic.
Yeah.
Anyway, TLDR, if it were fully remote, I totally would have applied for the position. I'm not moving to California. I want to stay on the East Coast.
Yeah, understandable.
Mm-hmm.
What comes to this island, I don't think we brought this up at the first island, but how did we feel about the Guardian mini bosses here?
I mean, I mentioned it in my recap. I hated them.
Oh.
I hated the ring guy because you know the ring guy where you just have to rotate around him like a couple of times in order to get to like in order to actually have an opportunity to start hitting him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second part of his fight is so bullshit because of like, you know, he has like those fucking pillars in the way, and he has like those balls of energy that are just constantly like hounding you in the opposite direction.
Mhm.
Yeah, I kept getting hit by that, and I had to keep retrying the damn fight over and over. Same spot each time.
Like-
Yep.
It's like shit, bro, with fucking legs like these.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
I hated that fight just because I kept like fucking doing it over and over again. It was to a point where can I just do other fights instead of this one?
At the very least, they're all optional. You don't have to do the Guardian fights. You could just say fuck it and go fishing.
AJ, you do have to do them if you want that trophy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah, that is true.
Uh-huh. The Switch doesn't have trophies. Yay!
18, how'd you feel about the Sumo Guardian?
Wait, is the sumo one the one that tossed you up in the air and you had to time your homing attacks?
No, it's like the little you have to bounce them into like certain electric fields.
Oh, the arena one.
Yeah, the arena.
Yeah, it's okay. As soon as I figured it
That's
out,
fun.
like it wasn't that bad, honestly. Probably the least annoying one in my opinion, because even the one where you had to like, I think this was Tank. Tank. There you go. Tank was the one where you had to time your homing attack ones. I like that one a bit more because that one was like it actually involved skill to do.
Yeah.
But
And then we have like the sandworm one, which isn't hard, but just takes a while.
the shark one is my least favorite one on the second island because
yeah.
here's the thing: the spectacle bit would be fine if it was much shorter, and if there wasn't a high possibility that you would have to do it twice in the fight. But what usually ends up happening is that you will be riding on the tail of the shark for nearly a minute before you have a chance to hit him, and then you will whittle down his health, but not quite far enough to where he's dead. So you gotta go through the whole process again, waste a whole other minute, and then do one homing attack, and then he's dead. It's really hard to like enjoy it when that is usually the flow of that fight. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
I ran
what
into
bugs
Shark
me.
once, couldn't figure it out, and then just ran away and was like, I'm not dealing with this, bye.
I don't blame you for that, and thank God you didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, I the part I hated the most is just like the cutscenes. Like I will complain about Tower a lot, but at least with Tower, there's no unskippable cutscenes. With Shark, you have to do the fucking QTE moments over and over again.
Things like Power and Tank are much more active, whereas something like Shark is way too passive.
I don't remember the name of this Guardian, but on Island 2, my least favorite one is the one that jumps up to the air and you have to homing attack to get it. And the reason I hate that one so much is because no matter what you're doing, your camera will automatically lock onto him, and I don't like that.
That's not Tank. No. It was something else.
I know it's not a Guardian, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I think I know which one you're talking about, but I have no idea what it was called.
I don't think it has to be.
Yeah, because I know there was one where that you have to be constantly targeting at him, but yeah, I don't remember the name.
Yeah. I know it doesn't have an. I know. The game doesn't give you a name for it because it doesn't do that thing.
Okay.
Yeah, for which speaking of that, since we didn't really get to talk about them, hey, how do we feel about the squid from the first island?
Don't like him.
Like, I know that
Don't
he's
like-
become kind of a meme, especially in Fidel's community. But the thing about the squid is that, much like the shark, he's mostly spectacle, but the spectacle isn't even that great because what usually ends up happening is that you'll get decked by energy balls that you can't see coming because the camera doesn't give you a good view. But if you've leveled up Sonic enough to the point where I did, you really only have to chase him down once, and then you can just wail on him until.
Yeah.
I wasn't so lucky. I had to do it twice. I had to chase him out twice.
I had to learn that one.
I ended up chasing him down one time, and once I chased him for like 2 minutes, I died to him, so I had to redo that all over again. So I just said, "Fuck this."
Because if you don't level up Sonic properly in the early game, it takes forever to catch up to him. It takes so long. I hate it.
Even takes long if you're at max speed, level 99.
Yeah.
Alright, be right back real quick, guys. So if you guys want to continue going over some bosses, be my guest.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too more meticulous about this because it is currently 2:30 and I have to be at work tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, so we gotta probably speed it along a bit.
Right.
so I'm fine with just going straight to the third island and talking about Tails because I have some things to say about Tails.
Yeah, I have a couple of things that I want to say about Island 3 as well. Mostly just in the way... Actually, I think it's all the stuff you want to talk about, Logan.
Probably. I mean, I enjoy Tails in this game, and I'll talk about why. So, yeah.
I also like Tails a lot in this game.
Burden to you, Sonic.
Thankfully, we won't have to spend much time on Island 4.
Yeah, so... Alright, Island 3...
Soft Tower Island.
Yeah.
So, there's actually... And I do want to talk about this very briefly before we talk about Tails. I like how Sonic's idle animation changes for Island 3, because at this point, this is when the cyber corruption is really starting to hurt him. He is very obviously in pain at this point.
Yeah, one of my favorite... Oh, go ahead.
I remember when I first got to the third island, Colin was watching me play, and he was like, Sonic has a migraine now.
Yeah, he kinda does. I mean, he's close to death, and what I really like about Sonic, especially in like that part of the game, it's like, it does show a subtle bit where it's just like, he puts on a brave face, and he basically is killing himself over all this and trying to save his friends, but he still pushes forward, so...
Really
maintaining that, still maintaining his very upbeat personality.
I love it that Tails is the one that he has to put the brave face on for.
Oh, yeah, because, a literal little brother.
Exactly, because like Tails is like, you know, his fucking longest friend aside from Amy, but like and yeah, he's essentially like a little brother figure to him, and he of all people is the one that Sonic has to put the brave face on for. And the moment that Tails isn't looking, he's simply like, okay, yeah, this is fucking me up.
Holy shit, I'm hurting.
It's so good.
And say this, Island 3 is my least favorite island, but certainly not for the story reason.
I was about to say, in terms of story, it's my favorite one. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion, it is the best island in terms of story.
Oh,
probably
100%.
one of the worst in terms of game.
Yeah.
I hate, like I said, I hate traversing through it.
Oh,
so confusing.
Gotcha. Yeah, go ahead.
I find Island 3 I don't know if I speak for everybody on this call, but with the 2D section, with how much 2D section there is, I found it the most confusing to navigate, especially when trying to find the Chaos Emerald in the sky.
Oh yeah, like there was one that's randomly like in a giant ass tower, I think. I think 2 towers actually, and trying to get to like one of them, it's like, how the fuck do I get up there? Oh look, there's a 2D section. Maybe I'll take that. Nope, that's not it.
And don't even get me started on the time limit minigame with drawing the bridge onto the sky.
Yeah, let me bring this up for folks. I think that Island 3 probably has the hardest like side missions that in the entire game.
Oh right, isn't Island 3 also the one with the pinball minigame too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This one has the pinball minigame and the free falling minigame.
Free falling minigame. I don't know why I don't know why they put such a strict time limit on that one.
Neither do I. It's so dumb, and what I really hate about that more is that you could cross there to the next island using that bridge as a slope, but they don't let you because there's an invisible wall for some reason.
Yeah.
Because in storyline you haven't gotten there yet, so.
Yeah. We have just been plot.
Alright, do you want to do your little funny summary thing?
So after Sonic blew up the giant thing and said goodbye to Knuckles with a bro fist, he flew over to Island 3, gets zapped again, and then ends up in the island. Sonic feels really bad after looking like he had a really bad hangover, then runs into Tails in a giant bubble, and then Tails gets saved. Tails teams up with a mechanic-related Coco, and then they're trying to determine about what they're supposed to do. Sonic traverses the island. Sage is getting really conflicting feelings now, and Sonic has to jump up a bridge and then deal with a really really difficult as fuck mini game. Sonic runs around a mountain a couple of times because how the fuck do you traverse this island safely? Probably climbs up 2 towers as well. Tails has a bunch of issues related to bad characterization in previous Sonic games, and then Sonic comforts him, telling him that, hey, remember the good Sonic games? Yes.
Lost World being a good Sonic game.
One exception. Sonic then gets the last Chaos Emerald, but it's locked behind a, for some reason, pinball minigame because the ancients really love pinball. Sonic goes super and then deals with the giant nut. Oh wait, I forgot to mention, the knight then throws his shield which stalks Sonic, and holy shit, that thing kills him. A lot. And then he has to deal with the knight and then slices him in fucking half.
So, I do want to say I appreciate the fact that Ian Flynn acknowledged the shaky characterization that Tails has had in the recent games, the level of inconsistency, and tried to explain it as Tails is still young, still growing. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to stumble, etc., etc. I genuinely appreciate that. But it also makes me go, but we didn't have to get here if we had better writing for this series.
I know, right? Remember the good writing in good Sonic games?
It's such as Sonic Lost World.
Yeah, Sonic Lost World, the best written game.
I'll forever defend Tails getting a little bit squeamish around Dark Gaia's monsters because that literally just happened that day.
Yeah.
And he wasn't outwardly crying out for Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give that one a pass. But
hey, Tails, remember?
Chaos, Zero, and Sonic Forces, no.
No, please, no. God, no.
Hey, Tails, remember SA1?
Remember in SA1 where you stopped the bomb in Station Square? And broke.
Remember in SA2 where you blew up Eggman?
Yeah.
After you almost killed Sonic? After we all thought he killed Sonic?
I just don't like how I just don't like how we even need to like get to this point because of crappy.
Anyway, go ahead, Logan. You had a lot to say, I think.
Nonetheless, I feel that, what Flynn is doing here is essentially housekeeping. He is taking bad parts of Tails' character and essentially mixing them with the good parts, and ultimately, presenting a compromise. And not everyone is going to be happy with that compromise. I know certain people aren't, and that is perfectly okay.
Mm-hmm.
I also would like forces to not have happened for Tails' character, because it is an active regression. However, if you are going to treat all of this as canon, I don't think you can just pick and choose what isn't it. Like, I don't think you can pick and choose which games are canon.
Yeah.
Because I feel at that point it leaves a lot more room open to interpretation, which is sort of an issue that the series has had for like a long time, of just like all these games existing within their own little pocket dimensions and not really being uniform. Like, if you're gonna try to make everything uniform, you really need to try to make everything uniform. And I feel that what Flynn did here is, a compromise that I'm fine with, and also one that also acts as a good next step in Tails' character, because it feels in some ways a natural progression from Sonic Adventure to here, in where that Tails is realizing that he can't always be the big hero that stops Eggman from fucking blowing up a city, and he shouldn't put that responsibility on himself because he's young and he still has a lot to learn about himself.
Yeah.
And having that realization is what powers him to have the confidence to strike out on his own, because he knows that if he's, if he's in a bind, then he will have a support system in Sonic and his friends to fall back on. That's something that I heavily identify with, especially as a young adult who is becoming more and more independent, and is, finding more and more appreciation for the support system that I have. So in that regard, Tails' mini arc here really identified with me, and it's something that I think is a plausible next step for Tails' character.
Look, I also like how Tails just like, the next time we meet, I won't be the same person. I was just sitting here going, and on the third eye, I was just sitting here going, ooh, are we getting Tails Adventure 2?
Yes, and Tails comes back to Sonic with a mustache.
Following on to that, it's important that you follow the fuck up on this.
Yes.
Yes.
This cannot exist on its own, otherwise it will be all for nothing.
Look,
Alright?
I want
Do
them
not
to follow
ruin this
up.
goodwill.
Yeah, seriously. We got, so much good shit out of these characters, especially out of the ending, so god damn it, if they don't follow up with this is gonna feel really shitty.
Yeah, seriously.
Everything I'm saying now will be so poorly aged. If you're going to fucking do this, follow up.
Then
Keep
fucking
Ian on, because he knows what he's doing with these characters, he knows what he's written, and he probably at least has some kind of idea for where he would want to take these characters after this.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Yes. And to answer Caldeo's studies, were the events of Tails' story brought in SA1 and brought up in Frontiers briefly, but yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they were.
And to answer
A little
Caldeo's
flashback
studies,
thing
were
as
the
well.
events
It's
of
still in
Tails'
it.
And slight aside, two asides actually. I think it's really funny how they flash up images of past games and literally just they're fucking screenshots from the games.
They are.
Really funny, how they because you see modern Tails' model, placed against his Dreamcast model from SA1, and it's really funny to me.
Yeah, they did the same thing with showing the 2D versions of Sonic and Knuckles.
yeah, I know. It's really funny. I know what they're going for there, but it's still really humorous in their implementation.
Yeah.
I mean, there are like a couple of moments in where like the art direction of this game is somewhat at odds like with flashback sequences. I mean, like there's a whole flashback sequence that's basically storyboards. So
Yeah.
Yeah. As I say, Logan, because I just remembered this. Well, I talked about this before. That the one scene on the third island with Sonic and Tails, where it's not even animated.
yeah, like it literally just like shows basically a slideshow of like the events that led to the ancients being wiped out, and it's such a stark contrast because no other flashback scene is like that. So it really just kind of screams of like an instance of we didn't have time to create like a big sequence here, so have some concept art.
You're gonna say Jared?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. One thing I wanted to say about Tails' character, which a lot of it Logan has already said before, but I feel like I really like this compromise that between Tails, that he still has a lot to learn and he's still gonna fumble a lot and has room to grow, because even us adults, we still fumble a lot and we still have to learn a lot from our mistakes.
Yeah.
So I can really sympathize with Tails' character a lot, how he was portrayed in this game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And speaking of that, I love the way the third island handles Sage and how she's conflicted now with the way Sonic and Tails talk to each other.
Yeah, I think that this one is probably the island where Sage's character growth actually is the most evident, and I'm gonna state this for the record: if y'all did not pick up the egg memos, do so now. Because
Please.
it actually does help. A lot of folks, including us, would like to say probably some of these should have been put in the normal cutscenes.
I was about to say, I mean, like, we haven't really talked about Dr. Eggman in this that much, and just where he fits into all this in terms of, like, you know, the character arc that he has with Sage, you know, because in terms of how he's used, it's a lot smaller in like the actual cutscenes. I really wish that his role in that was more evident within the cutscenes and not mostly in the egg logs, because that's stuff you can miss entirely, and I feel like stuff like that is crucial for making this story work, you know?
Yeah, because some people didn't even know the only way to access the Eggman was the Fishopedia.
Yeah, because who's gonna check the Fishopedia?
I will, because I enjoy reading on fish.
I mean, fair enough, yeah. But the other thing is just like, one big flaw I'd say about Sonic Frontiers is that they lock like crucial story progress behind something like that, and I mean crucial in the sense of why it establishes on why Eggman is here in the first place, and also establishes a lot of relationship build-up between him and Sage, and it's necessary for both what happens in this island and Island 5.
I love with Sage stuff. He's just like, makes you wonder where I went wrong with Warbot and Cubot.
Get wrecked.
Just disowning your own children.
I will say I really enjoy the scene in where Sage is like, "Are they like my brothers?" And Eggman's like, "Yeah, I guess." And that just really warms Sage's heart.
Yeah,
I thought that was a really sweet moment.
That is a sweet moment. I also had like that little bit where it's just like, oh, is this like the part in where Eggman actually does feel like, holy shit, I think I just created my daughter.
It's like one of two scenes where we get like a glimpse of that up until the last island. It doesn't happen enough, I feel like.
I wish that they did more of that, because the whole build-up is supposed to show that Sage is technically the kid of Eggman, because hey, I mean, I created this AI program that pretty much was within my beck and call, and I love them similarly to I love a child. So, yeah, the relationship between Eggman and Sage is where a lot of the emotional core happens in the game, aside from Sonic and his relationship with his friends. The problem is... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish up.
The problem is that a lot of the establishment is in the egg logs. So yeah, and it's encouraged to go and visit those egg logs because you get to hear more of Mike Pollock as Eggman, and that's always a win. But
and plus you get to hear some cuts as well.
Yeah, I honestly really like the stuff that he says in those egg logs because it actually does have like stuff, a lot of nice elements with Eggman, like how he would address Sage and what led him towards like this whole cyberspace thing and just the growing relationship between them, and actually like him viewing her as his kid, basically.
I still
Going
can't...
from like, oh, you're just an AI too. You're my little girl. Come here, precious.
Yeah.
Zach, go. Why not?
I was gonna say I still can't believe he mentions the Black Arms by name. It's an actual reason.
Yeah, there's some fan servicey things like we didn't bring this up earlier, but Sonic Frontiers is filled with them referencing a lot of stuff that happens in other games. They wretched fucking writers. So
yeah, they.
I'm gonna be honest. It got to a point where it got so reference heavy that I was actually getting annoyed about it because it started to feel less like Sonic Frontiers was trying to stand on its own and more like it was trying to stand. It needed the rest of the backstory of the series to keep it on its head.
A little bit, but I kind of just look at that as just basically Sonic reflecting on past adventures and stuff, and it's just like, you don't necessarily need the entire context behind that, and I'm just like, because I haven't experienced Riders, but I'm just like, oh, I wonder where that's from. Oh, it's the Babylon Roads, I wonder where they're from. Probably another one of Sonic's merry adventures.
Much of the referencing also feels like an extension of the house clean that this story is like trying to do, and yeah, like I feel that in certain instances it does become kind of like overbearing.
Like Tails mentioning.
Like Tails mentioning the power of Dark Gaia like out of nowhere. It just feels, well, okay, but usually the references are contextually relevant to what's happening. Like when Sonic's around Knuckles, they talk a lot about Angel Island and his lost race, you know?
Yeah, and that's fine because I feel like that stuff added more to the story.
Yeah. It feels mostly contextually relevant, but there are moments where it does feel ham-fisted. So
wow, these falls remind me of Mystic Ruins.
What I do want to bring attention to, because I always think about this. I wonder how Zavog's doing. Terrible, I hope.
Hey, Sonic, remember the time you went to the Lost Hex?
Yeah, there are those here and there. Alright, so we got anything to mention for this? Because I think that we should probably try and like get through most of this within like at least a half hour.
Yeah, it's almost, we're hitting the 4-hour mark and it's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Alright, the boss for Island 3 then.
Knight's fucking cool.
Knight's fucking cool. Had a little trouble in the second phase. Tyler Smith is great on the rap.
Yeah.
It's nice that his fucking rap could actually be in the game this time and not just be buried underneath a cutscene for 30 seconds of dialogue. Thank you.
Favorite boss and music in the whole game, and no, I'm not biased because of fucking Metal Gear Rising and Xenoblade.
As soon as I heard that vocalist, my mind instantly was just like, what? My eyes is just like, wait, that's the person that did Infinite's theme.
Wait, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I I didn't really notice it during the fight, but when I listened to the song on YouTube, I was like, "Oh my god, this song is fucking awesome."
Yeah, it was a kick-ass track.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And also, sorry, go. Whoever wants to go, jeez.
Shout out to Sonic harkening back to Sonic and the Black Knight with the way he just uses a sword.
I
Really
love
cannot-
Boss Kill.
It is. You literally can't get more bombastic than that. I also enjoy this song more than Infinite's theme, because Infinite's theme, it almost feels like a joke theme, you know?
In a way,
Yeah.
Especially how it is a joke.
Whereas this feels like it's set out to create something, you know, kind of cool. And I would feel like they succeeded in that mostly.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the vocals on this theme is way better constructed than Infinite's theme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, again, that theme feels almost self-aware, whereas this feels more earnest, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for the boss itself, out of all the Titans, I actually found to be challenging, only because I had no idea what I was doing most of the time with that boss fight.
Just to admit something, because like I played the Switch version, this is the part that lagged the most in the entire game. And honestly, the shield part, when you're trying to land that guy into and ram it into him, that part was hell.
Oh, jeez.
It can be kind of hard, yeah. It's a little awkward.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly not surprised by that, especially from the beginning, because there's a lot of particle effects going on.
Yeah, that is where I think that's where the performance hits the most. And yeah, I like the fight either way, but that part where you're trying to like ram him with the shield, that part took me a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is it weird to say I didn't die on this one either? At all?
I didn't die to it either, but yeah.
Neither did I.
I
Okay.
died like once.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Sonic really is the night. Sonic really is the night of the wind again.
Really is the night of the wind.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the song that is here one last time, because I enjoy how the lyrics and kind of like, you know, the stylings kind of juxtapose each other. I enjoy how the actual, like, you know, melodic vocals, they kind of reflect the small arc that Tails went through on this island, with stuff like, you know, you'll find your flame. I've been there. I've seen it. It's almost like Sonic is kind of, you know, talking to Tails about how he will find himself when he steps out of Sonic's shadow. And the rapping feels almost how like Tails sees Super Sonic, you know? It's really fun. I enjoy the lyrical juxtaposition and how it relates to the story of the island. So, yeah, I enjoy it.
Yep.
Same.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Alright, so we got any other details with Island 3?
None from me.
Nah.
Alright, Island 4, Sonic almost dies, climbs up 5 towers, then dies.
So apparently there's actually cut dialogue that heavily implied that a lot as Sonic's cyber corruption got worse, he was starting to lose his memory.
Yeah, like, honestly, the whole thing with Island 4, like, I like the idea of it basically being, like, platforming challenges to get to the top of the tower and stuff, and especially since the challenges are different. But in terms of, like, story stuff, I mean, it's like Sonic just gradually keeps dying and dying and dying.
It's the obligatory plot island.
Yeah, it's like the whole plot. I also do like for that island. You actually do see Sonic looking worse than the previous island.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like in terms of story, the ball was kind of dropped on this island because he goes through his corruption, or he gets more corrupted, and then he's just miraculously healed by his friends.
Oh, the ending of it I honestly didn't like, because it's just like, they hold hands and then there you go. Sonic needs a kiss from a princess to come back to life. What's this game's excuse?
Also, I have a major bone to pick with Eggman just looking at Sonic and laughing that he's been defeated, because to me personally, that felt very out of character for Eggman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Eggman's usually he's usually very sporting about when he wants to beat Sonic.
Yeah.
When you put it like through that lens, yeah, like especially like after the cutscene where he's like, I respect him, but I don't have to like him.
Exactly.
It almost feels like it kind of contradicts that a little bit. So yeah.
But as for the island itself, it's definitely short but sweet. I actually really do. I generally really enjoyed the platforming challenges on the 4th island. I think they're fun.
I didn't mind them.
I enjoyed the platforming challenges, but sometimes I felt like they were a little bit long, which is why I'm glad they had shortcuts.
They filled me with a lot of anxiety. Anyways, yeah, Jared.
When I saw what I had to do, I was dreading a lot, because I really do not like vertical platforming. It's why I don't like DKC3. I don't like vertical platforming. Thankfully, there is shortcuts, but this island is where I really start to feel that you could really feel the jank in the parkour.
A little bit,
this was, I think, probably around the time where I had a lot of those issues with Sonic, like suddenly stopping on a dime when turning and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when I got to island, I'm just like, wait. It's like, wait, why does this island look like the first island? It's just like, oh, that's why. There's an actual there's an actual reason for that.
It is, yeah. There was like some cut stuff with like this island is basically cut part of the first island.
Yeah, Rhea and Uranus Island, which is Island 5, are basically attached to the first island.
Yeah. Technically, there are 3 islands, not 5. It's basically 3 and 2 halves. So, yeah, that's why a lot of the aesthetics looks very, very familiar.
Eggman even talks about how there's only 3 islands in one of his egg logs. So yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, just say that Sonic is back on Kronos. It's fine.
Yeah, 3 islands is fine. 3 bangers is good. So, well, 2 bangers and 1 meh, but it's fine.
If they would have kept all of it as one island, it would have been unnecessarily huge for the first island.
Yeah. Oh, it could be just a part that's sectioned off or something, but it wouldn't have been that bad. But yeah, I think that this is the part where it's just like a lot of the ideas have to basically come together in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, do we have anything else to say about the 4th island? The most that I can that I really had to say in addition to that is just, I get that this is basically supposed to be the final, well, kind of final challenge between the island, which makes Island 5 even more frustrating to me. But yeah, Island 4 was just climb up the towers, free the thing, and then Sonic dies.
Go ahead.
This is where they use all of their Ubisoft Tower constraint. It finally fell down on this island. They were like, okay, we can't... Listen, you gotta put it somewhere, and they just put it all in one island.
Yeah.
I feel like for what they attempted to do to show how much agony Sonic was in, and the fact that he basically just literally blue screens at the end, I think for what they were doing, they did a pretty good job. Yeah. I have issues with them just being like, he's trapped between detention / dead / comatose / I don't fucking know. Let's just let's use the power of friendship. I was almost kind of expecting that. It feels like you could have definitely done more with that.
I was kind of hoping for like a end of the world hot crater scenario where it's like, oh, we have to play as all the friends to try and save Sonic, even though we haven't played as them before. But fuck it, it would be at least cool.
Or like some kind of cutscene where they have to go into cyberspace to save him.
It kind of makes me go, what was even the point of the corruption in the first place that was gonna get resolved this easily?
Well, actually, like they probably didn't even need to make the other characters playable. They could probably have just made it done with Sage,
or
because Sage is like the one with the most character development, revolving around Sonic.
Okay. This is just an unfortunate thing because of how long I've been on the internet. It's like Sonic corruption. I just snickered to myself because I think of Vinny Fine Sauce corruption.
Are you thinking of like the shadow corruptions I've showed you?
Yeah, or just Vinny Fine Sauce corruptions in general.
Oh, I get it. Okay,
I got you.
I feel like there should have been a little bit more to this island than just 4 towers and story, maybe a little bit of missions to do, because you just climb the 4 towers and you already have 100% map completion.
Yeah, it's like, yay, what was the point? Sonic dies. Okay, cool.
All right. Another thing we did mention, since we're talking about the 4th island, is obviously, these are descendants of Chaos, the god of destruction, the ancients.
I think that's really
They're
interesting.
his ancestors, Zach.
Ancestors.
Yeah, me sweepy, me too.
which is also a plot detail you can find in the egg memos.
Yep.
I will say that I didn't read it. I didn't read Sonic coming back because of Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, just as like the vague power of friendship. I read it like as them essentially taking Sonic's cyber energy and sharing it back, rather dividing it amongst themselves, essentially putting themselves back in cyberspace so that Sonic can save the day. But I mean, the way that it was handled wasn't really that great.
I know that is exactly what they do. I just am like, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's like I get what they're trying to go for, but it's kind of like this felt resolved way too goddamn quick.
Also, the way it's presented is just goes to show the problem with I guess you could say the cutscene direction in general in this game.
Oh yeah, it's stiff as fuck.
One last thing I'll say about this island, so we can get a move on. Going back to Cole's cut content comment. So what you're saying is Sonic had like amnesia or something.
Oh god, what are they really gonna do with Sonic has amnesia plotline?
I mean, Sonic's memories getting scrambled would explain how he's able to remember going through Radical Highway and Sky Rail, even though he never did.
Yeah, you want to go on that
I said it. Okay, yeah. So it's basically established very quickly that the cyberspace levels that Sonic is going through are in fact his old previous memories. Basically sort of haphazardly meshed together. It's why we get Windmill Island, Green Forest, City Escape, all of these layout locations from previous Sonic games. And yet, for some reason, Radical Highway and Sky Rail, levels that Shadow goes through in Sonic Adventure 2, are in here as well.
Yeah.
It kind of falls apart when you consider that a little bit.
Yeah, because I don't think at any freaking point in the story that Sonic even had, anything similar to those levels, actually.
Yeah, and, I know that Tails and the Tornado go over Sky Rail at one point, but as far as I'm aware, Sonic was chasing the President's limousine on foot. So there's no way he could have gone through Sky Rail. And technically, Sky Rail also goes through Pumpkin Hill, but that's Knuckles' level.
Yeah.
And he doesn't meet up with Sonic in the game until after Aquatic Mine.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm a nerd.
We all are.
Sonic Adventure 2.
That was...
Yeah, go, Zach.
I was gonna say well, that was way more time spent on the fourth island than I thought.
Yeah, actually. All right. So, we have anything else to say about the fourth island?
Nope.
All right.
I need to go to sleep.
5.
I cannot be here anymore, unfortunately. I will say I like this game. Boom.
Awesome.
There you go. Good.
Got it. Good.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed really soon because if I end up staying up till 4 a.m., I will not sleep tonight.
Yeah, and I better like get some sleep too. Island 5. Sonic has to get the memory tokens. The memory tokens are fucking stingy in this island. Holy fuck. Sonic plays Gradius so many times that I can count, and then gets all the Chaos Emeralds. Eggman is a smug bitch, and then says that he found the last Chaos Emerald somewhere and pulled it out of his ass. Sonic takes on the final boss. Sage fulfills her final protocol, takes over Supreme, goes up to the moon, blows up the moon, basically following in her father's footsteps, and then Sonic flies away from the island.
While I do think that would be interesting, I think that it actually goes against Shadow's character development to bring up Maria around Sage.
Yeah. Because Maria was more of an inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Alright, Island 5 now.
Yeah, I hate this island.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so, I did the vault keys, I got as many of the memory tokens as I could, and then I just went fishing to get the rest of it.
Yeah, I mentioned it before, this island is fucking stingy with, like, all of the final stuff, and honestly, after Island 4 was basically the island filled with all the challenges that you could ever need out of everything you learned from the game, Island 5 just feels like a fucking victory lap that lasts way too goddamn long. And because of how many memory tokens you need in order to get the cutscene from Sage, it's like this takes way too goddamn long, and I felt like I was near the end of the game.
Also, they recycle Amy's memory token. Like, I understand the idea of Sage having like a heart, or maybe even like an Eggman logo, or like if it's a heart, at least make it like blue or something. Because when Sage starts becoming Sage starts changing, she starts glowing blue and white instead of red and black.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit it feels a little bit annoying that they recycled Amy's memory token.
Yeah, this kind of just felt like basically we ran out of ideas. We need to figure out how to end this game properly. So
well, it's less. To me, it feels less like they ran out of ideas and more like they ran.
I was about to say, with this final island, is coming across wow, this really looks like they're running out of time.
Kinda, yeah. So
I think.
Go ahead.
I think for Sage's memory tokens, since she's a robot from Eggman, I feel like they could have maybe used the blue CPU chips instead.
Or the Eggman logo. So
Yeah, the Eggman logo would be just fine.
I thought it would have been, but oh well. Yeah, like I said, like you guys have all said, like your all's pieces about like Island 3 being the worst, and I agree. That island sucks. I hate this island more just because this Island 5 feels like the victory lap that lasts too goddamn long.
I can see that, to be honest.
Because the thing is that, and this annoys the fuck out of me, there are so many sections in this one where it's just like, oh look, there's a thing in the ground, let me go and do the cyclone loop. Oh, it's a fucking platforming challenge, god damn it.
Yep.
It happens too much, and then you're only rewarded 1 memory token, and you need 30 of them. And they're all over and me trying to find like all the memory tokens in this place is a fucking pain in the ass.
Now, unfortunately, this is from the Final Islands. There's just not really much to say about in the first place.
There's barely story content either. So, unlike the third island, which more than made up for it with Tails' character development, Island 5 has nothing to me. So, it doesn't do anything for me. So, what I just ended up doing is I found Big, I gave him all my tokens, and was like, give me all the memory tokens.
Which fun fact, Big has 2 fishing locations for the Final Island.
Yeah.
Wait, he does?
He does?
Yeah.
Huh.
Huh.
Wow, they really wanted you to use big to get through this. Yeah, like, it kind of goes to show that it's just like, this is the island where it's just basically, okay, just do what you can, scrounge up as much as you can, now get to the fucking final boss.
Like, the actual
final boss that, by the way, is difficulty gated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's the thing about the final boss, for those who are unaware, you have to play on hard mode to get the more satisfying ending, or the actual final boss.
The actual final boss. The ending really doesn't change.
The ending
Even the
really...
post-credits scene.
Yeah, the ending doesn't really change. There is one big change that happens, but it's kind of minute in the long run.
What is it?
Yeah.
But you don't mind me saying?
Go.
The end credits theme changes.
Oh, okay.
It's a good song. It's a good song, though. It's the best song in the game. But, yeah, the thing is about, like, what I hate about the Island 5 is, like, the challenges are very sparse and few in between, and it's just, like, it just felt like they were running out of steam with this one, or they really had to get something going.
There was one...
I also do just want to say this really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't understand why they gated the final boss behind the difficulty setting, when from what I've heard, very little actually changes when you switch the difficulty. From what I understand, the only thing that changes is that you lose more rings if you get it.
I don't get it either. And honestly, the final boss, like Supreme, that part of the final boss, I had no issue with him in either difficulty.
Yeah, it was super easy.
It is such a lame... It is the most lame Titan in the game to me.
It's like, I felt like the game peaked at night.
Yeah.
After that, it's just been basically, okay.
For me, the game peaked at Wyvern when it came to the Titan fights. I enjoyed Night too. I enjoyed Night as well, but for me, it's Wyvern who's the peak point.
Also doesn't help that he was on Island 3. So
Dean, also the memory token. I'll just say there was one memory token that was basically where the 6th Chaos Emerald was. I didn't notice, so I kept trying to find it. You go out the tower, so I was like, where the fuck is this memory token? Only to find out when you actually unlock the door that leads to the 6th Chaos Emerald, boom, there's a memory token underneath.
yeah.
It's like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to know about this?
I have no idea. Like, again, I don't really like the structure of the 5th island, and I also really don't like that it's just basically the long stretch of the game that you just want to finish it, and it takes like an extra 2 hours.
Like the actual optional conversations you have with Sage are nice, but they're not really anything special.
Yeah, I felt like you get better shit from Sage in the other islands.
Agreed.
So yeah, I don't really like the 5th island that much, and the final boss isn't really all that great. So do we have any other things to talk about in terms of the 5th island, or? I'm being rated?
Give it your best shot!
Oh
no!
Okay, it's been a while since I've seen the oh no raid thing, but okay, thank you there, Shin. Thanks a ton.
There's one more. Well, there is one more thing. Yay! Well, there's one more thing to mention when it does come to the 5th island, and this is where it changes to hard. I was like, oh, this is the big change of hard. The actual final boss, the end.
Yeah, mixed reception is the best way I can describe that. Mileage may vary.
Mixed reception indeed. Personally, I love it.
And
Transform!
I guess I'm transforming, by the way, in the final part. Hold on. There I am. Oh, shit. I'm huge. This is very appropriate for the end. I'm big. Alright.
Yeah, cool. If you don't know, like a normal, it's for the end, it skips like the first phase of the boss fight immediately to a quick time event.
Yeah, I know. The last fight is another bullet hell segment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hey, you guys like Gradius?
I like Undertale.
Not really.
You like Undertale? Kinda.
Not really.
Oh.
Just kidding.
How dare.
But yeah, I hope you like Undertale because that's literally the final boss. And
I-
I'm like, look, you mind if I say something about the final boss? Like,
Yeah,
go
it's your
ahead.
thing.
okay,
That's why we're here.
I like some aspects out of it, but it's just like, why is it like we have to do a fucking Gradius fight for the final boss fight? It makes no sense.
It's like they were building up to this because of certain minigames you do on the other ions that's basically that.
You want to know what I would have preferred? I would have preferred if you played like a pinball with the fucking moon.
Fuck that.
That would have been funny at least.
I would have
my
tossed
God.
my game out the window if I had
Yeah.
a physical copy.
Yeah,
But
but
here's the thing: I don't mind it being a bullet hell. It's just this is the most annoying thing: the health not going down when it's making its speech.
Yeah,
especially
'cause they-
towards the end.
they really want you to listen to that speech. I get it.
Mm-mm.
It's good
Mhm.
dialogue, except if you're in Japanese, where everything is in Japanese and there's no subtitles.
And apparently the script in the Japanese version is butchered.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dean,
well, that sucks.
can you please shrink your model? The blinking is hurting my eyes.
I am so sorry.
A
Go on.
fun fact, guys, about the end. The end is also voiced by Cindy Robinson. Amy.
Oh, yep.
That
Amy is the
that
end.
explains why everyone was like, "Oh, is that Amy?" Oh, Amy was the true final boss.
Amy was the final boss along the way. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway, I don't have anything more that I can think of to contribute, and I am exhausted.
All right.
One funny thing about the final boss that I thought of was, so Chaos and the Chaos are kind of descendants of each other. We're fighting a tribe in space that is descendants of the Echidnas or the Chaos. So this is Chao in space too, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're
Oh
right.
my god, you're right. But yeah, I did like the ending conceptually with the fact that Sage was the one to be the one with the final boss. I'll be honest here, the fact that in the ending itself with the actual health bar and Sage being the one that actually like deal the final hit, I honestly thought that was way better than it just ending with the cutscene. Honestly, it had more thematic sense to it. So, it's a minor thing, but I thought it felt like a bit more emotionally satisfying compared to like everything else that happened in the game.
It didn't stop me from sweating bullets though because I was nervous, being like, oh god, I really hope I don't fuck up this quick time event, or else I'll have to redo that whole hell.
I felt the same way because that was actually the first Titan I died to. That was the only boss I died to.
Alright, I'm going to sleep. I can't stay up any longer.
Alright.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You have a good night, Cole.
Have a
Yeah,
good night.
my final thoughts for the game, I enjoyed it.
Mhm.
There's still other Sonic games I like more, but I'm looking forward to seeing what we get more of from the series.
Yeah.
Alright,
Have a
I
good night,
will
Cole.
see you all later.
Have a good night, Cole.
Please, Ian Flynn, I'm begging you, fix Shadow. Please, 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 please.
It's like we'll let you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Sonic Prime, please be good.
Yeah, this week.
Oh
I thought it was
boy.
the 15th.
Oh, next week.
Sweet.
10 days.
Yay.
Alright. Later,
Later.
y'all.
Later.
Later.
Alright, but yeah, like, I know I sound like really weird by saying that. It's like, but I don't know. It's like the idea of like the actual like the thing with like the health bar actually like being reduced to 0 and the fade to black actually being in sync with the health bar also fading into black, with Sage saying, please look after father. That actually felt good to me. Compared to it just basically being like, oh, here's a dumb cutscene that just like, you just press A a couple times. Whoop-de-doo.
With the whole heart of I feel like I think I understand why they did that because maybe they were afraid of the backlash they might have gotten for the actual final boss being a bullet hell.
Maybe, I don't know. It's just a little. Again, it's like the final boss itself isn't really anything special, and it's like this one just being what it is such a weird turn.
Yeah.
So, it
Oh,
is what
we're-
it is, really.
Building up to. Oh, what's your?
Fuck.
Oh,
I guess the only thing left to add, if we're done talking about the final boss, is road trip.
Yeah, the road
which-
trip.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, the fact that Amy mentioned Sticks, it raises so many questions for me.
Yeah, and yeah, Styx. What the fuck? Styx is in this series now? That
Yeah.
isn't Boom related?
They reference
Oh,
the comics too.
I mean,
Yeah, it's Angle.
yeah, but it's weird.
Yeah. With Amy mentioning Six, it kind of also makes you go, wait, does this mean does this mean the Olympic Games are canon because she's in one of those?
Oh my god. This lore is so weird. Does that mean that Boom just exists, or that it actually did happen to Sonic? Like, the moment that Sonic and friends, like, went through radical design changes. Especially Knuckles, who hit the gym super hard.
I would not be surprised if Six is the only thing from Boom that Sega wants to remember.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright.
As for the game itself, the I guess the one last thing to talk about is like the credits music.
Yeah, Vandalize
Well, actually,
Oh, what?
the post-credit scene too.
Oh,
right,
yeah,
those.
that too. The thing is about, like, because, yeah, afterwards, it's like the friends fly off to the distance and actually getting their character development, hopefully at least, to something good. But yeah, it's like, Sage turned out to live in the end, and, Eggman was able to contact her again.
Yep, use the ancient technology.
So I'm guessing that basically this means that because yeah, the main goal that Eggman had is that he wanted to control the Ancients' technology, and now he has that capability. So, especially since Sage actually had collected the data and was able to possess the Ancients' technology. So we got something to look forward to for the next game, that's for sure.
Or even TLC.
Yeah, potentially.
Credits music. If I remember, the first song that always plays is "Dear Father," I believe it's called.
Dear Father, which sounds nice. I like the scene in where Eggman was looking at the meteor shower and despairs.
Yeah,
that was a good scene.
That's such a melancholic scene. I love the thematic character of the father-daughter theming that they have in this game with Eggman.
The one of the last things that Eggman says to Sage, like, go on, fulfill your duty or fulfill your function. Honestly, probably one of the best performances I've heard out of Eggman. It's just one fucking line.
I know, right?
It's so good. Like, I think that Mike Pollock's inflections was really good in this game.
I still love how early, right before you begin the violence, Eggman is pretty much just like, but I don't want to team up with Sonic.
I think the fact that he is willing to team up with Sonic says something about his character growth, considering that Sage was the one that kept suggesting it.
Yeah.
He made him a member of the Eggman Empire.
Honorary member.
Honorary member. This isn't a team up, Baka.
It would be really funny if Eggman gave him an honorary member card.
Honorary member.
I would love that.
Same.
Dear Father sounded nice from what I heard from it. The next song is what you get for being on easy or normal, which is Vandalize.
Vandalize, which we've discussed earlier. It sounds okay.
It's pretty good.
I liked it for what it is. I'm just not exactly that big a fan of it. I'm more of a fan of the one you get on hard mode, so it's
What's
just,
it called
in my
again?
opinion, my favorite lyric vocal track in the game.
What's it called again?
One Way Dream.
One Way Dream.
Yeah, I personally like that song. I'm glad they brought back Nate Wants to Battle for doing another track. And honestly, this song, like, I love the... Don't get me wrong, I love all the Screamo tracks that we get with, like, Supersonic and stuff, but this song actually does fit in line with a lot of Sonic, and felt like the most traditional Sonic-like song out of the entire game. And I really enjoyed it. It's like it's a hopeful song, and it also just sounds pretty in line with what Forces is, and does a good job for being a good hopeful message for the series, really.
Yeah, as I was say, I also hope it's a hopeful song for the series as well going forward.
Yeah, it's Sonic Frontiers has basically been like the great foundation and a step forward that the series really needed all these years. So I felt like ending a song like that, it kind of gives me like some good feelings for this game.
Good vibes.
Yeah, good vibes.
Just please don't screw it up, Sega.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah, Sonic Forces 2.
Please.
Alright, do we got anything else to share? Or...
Well, there's technically one more thing.
I guess the update DLC stuff.
Yeah, everyone's been saying DLC, but no, it's a free update, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, they announced that they're doing, like, typical stuff like a time trial, jukebox,
Photo mode.
What was it?
Photo mode.
Yeah, photo mode. Wait, why wasn't that at launch? This is an open world game without a photo mode? Even Pokemon had that.
Even Spider-Man had that.
Yeah. And, new story, new characters. That's the best one. Like...
Bruh.
My favorite part is like, wait, new characters, plural.
Yeah, like, new story and characters. I was like, and they listed off, like, the trio that you had to save, so Amy, Tails, and Knuckles, and Sage.
I'm just like, Sage? Get to play as Sage? Ooh, that should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, guys, like, it's one thing to basically just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna release DLC later, because I had this thought earlier, because I thought that Tails, Knuckles, and Amy's gameplay would actually fit pretty well with an open world setting like this. And then I guess someone in Sega thought the same thing.
Dude, I hope Amy is super fun to control as, or the way she can potentially traverse through the open world.
Which is funny. I think the only times I really enjoyed playing as Amy in any capacity was either Sonic Advance 2 or Sonic Heroes.
This is probably going to be a bit too much to ask for, but one thing I would like is for the new playable characters, if they made open zones that more accommodate the characters' upgrades and level design, more of their upgrades and abilities, like they do in Shovel Knight's DLC.
Oh yeah, I bet that they have to basically rework a lot of things for these guys to actually function in this setting. Tails, I don't think really needs that much because he can fucking fly.
They give him dummy bombs again.
I mean, we could end up with 06 again, but yeah.
Speaking of that, first time Amy's gonna be playable a mainline Sonic game since 06.
Yeah. And one of the worst parts of Silver's campaign, in a mix of Silver being the worst character in the game.
Yep.
I still hate Silver, by the way.
Oh, what a baby.
Yeah. But yeah, we got stuff to look forward to as far as the DLC is concerned. I honestly am not interested in like the other stuff that they are having, because it's like, I get it, music mode, photo mode is cute for a laugh, and time trial mode is great for a challenge, but I'm like, I don't know. It's like,
challenge mode kind of thing.
Yeah, I
Very
mean,
basic stuff.
very
I just-
basic. Yeah.
I just want them to let us refight the Titans.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have something like that. Like, they have an arcade mode which lets you play through all the cyberspace levels again, which...
It's like, oh, thanks, I guess, but this feels kind of pointless.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't get me anything. Why isn't there a boss rush mode?
I don't know.
Yeah, they had that in Sonic 06 and SA2.
Yeah, so why not have it here? Like, why can't we just face off against, like, even just a series of the mini-bosses? I mean, yeah, we'll complain about dealing with Shark again, but fuck it. If it's, like, in a boss rush mode, it would have been fine.
And its own little small contained arena thing.
Yeah, and I'm like, that'd be okay. I don't know why they had to, like, basically just give us, like, hey, you guys like the cyberspace levels? No. Well, here's a full mode with these anyways.
Okay.
Okay, I guess, yeah. I'm surprised that one of the DLC or the update even mentioned stuff like, hey, new cyberspace levels or something like that. The most substantial amount of content we're gonna get is the new characters and the new story.
Keep in mind the biggest update so far. We forgot to say this. The Monster Hunter update where you can cook at Big's location.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, you dress up as Raphael's armor.
Which I guess is cute for what it is, but it's like, yeah, I mean, we're getting some outfits now. I mean, you get the Adventurer's outfit if you get the Digital Deluxe Edition. I don't like it.
I don't either.
Nah, it's supposed to be like an actual adventurer, but it does not look good on Sonic at all.
It looks terrible, honestly. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It just looks like Sonic just wore like really gruffy boots.
I had it on for like 5 minutes before I changed it.
Me too. I was like,
I kind of wish instead of that we got like a Dreamcast skin.
yeah, like I wish that we got like something like creative skins. Like if you wanted to work in classic Sonic in any way, an outfit would have been okay.
Yeah.
Like I would have been all right with an outfit. Like if he was plot relevant, I'd be pissed off, but at least making him like wear the outfit and just playing as classic Sonic throughout, complete with animations, that'd be all right.
You say like Dreamcast skin, and the first thought that comes to my mind is, first thought that came to my mind is shiny Sonic from Sonic Adventure DX.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the original Dreamcast.
Yeah, the charming design.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I feel like now we're just rambling on at this point.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that should be it. Unless we got like final thoughts we want to establish. It doesn't look bad, just out of place. Yeah, I agree.
Very good Sonic game. Honestly, for me, best Sonic game since Adventure 2.
Damn. For me, good Sonic game. I do have a bit of issues with it, but it doesn't. But those issues didn't stop me from enjoying it. But it does have some big problems.
Yeah, I personally felt that I enjoyed this game for the most part and sets like really great foundations of what the future of the series could hold, especially in terms of writing and character, which this series needed for so goddamn long.
Like this is the one area where the critics were kind of on point, where it's just like it's like yeah, these critic scores are kind of on point. This is pretty much the perfect 7 out of 10 Sonic game.
Pretty much. A generous 8, but yeah, a 7 I think is pretty right for this one, which is more than I can say with Sonic Forces being an outright 4, and
yeah.
And well, I haven't played Lost World yet, so I can't say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, this is a great foundation for what it is. I mean, I like nicknaming this game as Sonic Foundation, if anything. For how many times I say that this is a great foundation for X, Y, and Z. So...
please, Sega, I beg you, don't fuck up the next game. I beg of you.
Yeah, we are filled with good feelings with this game. Don't fuck it up.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe the era of the 2010s is kind of, in my opinion, my dark era of Sonic. So who knows? Maybe the 20s will be the good era of Sonic. We'll see.
I feel talking about how like the mid to late 2000s was the dark era of Sonic. It's like, nah, the 2010s were probably a bit more rougher.
The 2010s for me is rougher. I know that many people can't really vibe with Heroes and Shadow. Okay. But, I don't know, between, like, games like how they've been basically trying to maintain a very rudimentary quality and living in Generation Shadow for so damn long. I don't know, man. I'll just, I enjoy what I enjoy.
Even if you think those games from, like, the mid to late 2000s were bad, at least they were a unique kind of bad.
The thing I like... Oh, go ahead.
2007 was the dark age of Sonic.
Yeah, Zero Secret Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the bad game started, wasn't it? Well, no, actually... Well, Unleashed wasn't bad.
That's 2008.
Yeah, well, I just mean... that's why I was saying the 2000s, specifically. But it's like... but then again, I mean, the 2000s also had Secret Rings and... Oh yeah, well, and Dark Brotherhood, and okay, well, yeah, you know what? It was not a great time for Sonic in some areas, but then again, it was a good area.
But at least it was a unique and interesting time. It didn't feel boring like the 2010s.
Yeah, I would say that the 2010s was more boring, if anything, which is something that you shouldn't describe Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
Was that boring or was that broken?
That was so boring. When I played Rise of Lyric for the first time, I played it for like 3-4-ish hours at the time, and I have never so badly wanted to return a game back to GameStop.
Did you?
No, I powered through it as much as I could, and I hated it.
I'm still wondering if I should stream that in the future.
Just do a one-off stream of it.
A one-off stream. We'll see how far we get, and it's like if we gotta finish the fight, we'll see. Because I don't know, Sonic 06, for what as bad as it was in areas, still had some good parts to it.
18. Just remember. Sonic Chronicles for Nintendo DS is a good game.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Johnny. Well, okay, to be fair to Johnny, I feel like he's came around towards like a lot of stuff in terms of Sonic, because I really liked his Frontiers review. So
same.
So yeah, that's like, I'll give him that. Like, I dislike, like, a lot of his, or at least I disagree with a lot of his opinions with Sonic-related stuff, mostly the 3D stuff. But, yeah, I kind of... at least with Frontiers, he at least sees the potential that this game has and enjoyed it towards the things that he did. So... Alright. But, yeah, right. I think we're good. It's late. I'm tired. We talked about Sonic for 5 hours.
I should have seen this coming.
Wait, I did see this coming. So,
meanwhile, what else is new?
What else is new? The water is blue. So is Sonic.
Except when he's super.
Yeah, except when he's super. That's the only exception. So yeah, for those who have attended, you know what? Have a where's the gift subs?
Have a Lucina.
Yeah! Have a Lucina. In fact, have a gift sub. Here you go.
Yay, we made it.
There you go. Have a gift subs for everyone. 5 gift subs for people who are there.
Did someone say explosions?
Who got subs? It's fucking mods again! Guys, return those damn mods. You guys are mods!
No. Quick, quick, give more 5 more subs.
Money. Okay. Fine, I'll give 5 more. Fuck it, I have money. Okay. Did someone say explosions?
Did someone say explosions?
Finally, okay. There. Not mods. God damn. You're welcome there, it's Pure Heart. You're welcome. I give 10 subs today for those who bore with like 10 minutes of nothing but Sonic discussion.
Half of it was the mods.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for the last hour and a half now, I've been listening to Find Your Flame on loop.
You find your flame on loop? Why have you been listening to that on loop?
Because it's my favorite song in the game.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a damn good song.
It is. Oh, I didn't get one. Yeah, sorry, they're Dark Reaper. Maybe next stream. But yeah, I'll let folks know on what the stream thing is going to be like for this week. Oh! Thanks a ton for the gift sub to Dark Reaper. Thank you. But yeah, we'll see how the streams go pretty much for this week. Because I do want to try and finish Pokemon soon, but I also want to finish up games that I haven't finished yet. So, like
Pokemon all day, every day.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I want to do finish up Bloodstained in the near future because we only got like a little bit left, I think.
I think so. I kind of forgot where you were.
I remember I killed Jeevil, so last time, so I think I just had like some elements left.
Oh yeah, you killed Bloodless last.
Yeah, so I think I got some bits left, hopefully. Maybe.
Since you did that, you are able to you have all that you need to actually start going to get the true ending of the game.
Alright, cool. I guess we'll try and go for that because like I really want to see where the ending is, so we'll probably try and fit that in this week.
Okay.
Give ourselves a break out of Pokemon because I think we buried ourselves in Pokemon for too damn long.
Would that be later in the week, like past Wednesday?
I'm thinking so.
Okay. I'm just checking to see what Monday's schedule will be.
Monday, I know I'm not streaming with Shin, so.
You're not streaming with Shin?
Yeah, we're done with God Eater 2, so we're giving ourselves a break.
Anything we're doing tomorrow?
I don't know yet. It's either I'm doing Pokemon or I'm just gonna break for that evening. Oh, speaking of, Shin's streaming Pokemon. Let's go and raid her.
Hey, Shin.
I think you said you weren't going to go back to Pokemon until Wednesday.
I don't know. I got extra time, so it's like, it's either I want to do more Pokemon or I just want to break. So.
Okay. I
do Bloodstained then, maybe.
We'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Or we can do Sonic 06 because I promised I would do it today.
So people in your chat will quit nagging you.
Yeah. So, we'll see. But alright.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good night,
I'll check
folks.
in tomorrow.
I want sleep. Let's go raid Shin.
Night, folks.
Bye.
Whoever stuck with the 5 hours of talking, you guys are the real champions.